The 14th and 13th centuries BC marked the zenith of the Mediterranean realm during the Bronze Age, showcasing interconnected civilizations that achieved unparalleled levels of refinement, affluence, and territorial dominion. This epoch, stretching approximately from 1400 to 1200 BC, represented the culmination of nearly a millennium of progressive advancements in metallurgy, military strategies, administrative structures, and maritime innovations. Three formidable powers held sway over this impressive landscape: the mighty Hittite Empire, which controlled a vast expanse of Anatolia and northern Syria; Mycenaean Greece, asserting its command over the Aegean Sea and its vital trade arteries; and New Kingdom Egypt, extending its far-reaching influence from Nubia all the way to the Euphrates River. The Hittite Empire, under the sagacious leadership of monarchs such as Suppiluliuma I and Muwatalli II, had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis from a mere regional Anatolian kingdom into a veritable superpower, capable of directly challenging the established Egyptian hegemony in the Levant. From their sprawling capital city of Hattusa, the Hittites meticulously administered a sophisticated feudal system that ingeniously incorporated numerous vassal states, while simultaneously maintaining direct and unwavering control over strategically vital territories. The capital itself was an immense urban sprawl, covering an impressive 180 hectares, fortified by colossal stone walls that were further reinforced with imposing towers and adorned with elaborate gate structures featuring intricately carved lions and formidable warriors. Extensive archaeological excavations have brought to light a highly advanced urban center, meticulously organized into distinct districts for the royal citadel, sacred temples, and various administrative edifices, all interconnected by a network of well-paved streets and sustained by a remarkably sophisticated water management system, which included intricate underground channels and vast reservoirs. Hittite military organization was a direct reflection of their ambitious imperial aspirations and the considerable territorial extent of their dominion. The formidable core of their army comprised professional warriors, meticulously equipped with state-of-the-art bronze weaponry, and further bolstered by contingents drawn from their loyal vassal states and allied territories. The Hittite chariot forces represented the absolute pinnacle of Bronze Age mobile warfare, utilizing vehicles constructed with advanced engineering techniques that masterfully balanced blistering speed, remarkable durability, and devastating combat effectiveness. These chariots boasted lightweight wooden frames expertly reinforced with bronze fittings, spoked wheels meticulously designed for optimal maneuverability, and were typically manned by two highly skilled warriors, a proficient driver and a deadly archer or a formidable spearman. Infantry formations encompassed both heavily armored and lighter troops. The former were equipped with bronze-tipped spears, imposing rectangular shields, and wore protective bronze scale armor, while the latter served as agile skirmishers and precision archers. The Hittite legal and administrative framework, remarkably preserved in thousands of cuneiform tablets unearthed at Hattusa, unveils a profoundly organized state apparatus. The king himself served as both the supreme military commander and the revered high priest, his authority buttressed by a meticulous hierarchy of nobles, provincial governors, and local administrators. Treaties forged with vassal states adhered to standardized formats that meticulously delineated mutual obligations, specific tribute requirements, and crucial military assistance clauses. The Hittites actively maintained intricate diplomatic correspondence with other preeminent powers of the era, including Egypt, Assyria, and Babylon, utilizing Akkadian as the universally recognized lingua franca of international relations, facilitating seamless communication across diverse cultures. Mycenaean Greece during this dynamic period not only encompassed the entirety of the Greek mainland, but also extended its considerable influence across the myriad Aegean islands, along the fertile coastal regions of Anatolia, and into various parts of the eastern Mediterranean. The Mycenaean political system revolved around impressively fortified palace complexes that functioned as the pivotal administrative, religious, and economic hubs for their surrounding territories. Pylos, under the distinguished leadership of the Wanax Nestor, exerted control over the southwestern Peloponnese from a magnificent palace complex that housed extensive archives meticulously inscribed in the enigmatic Linear B script. These invaluable administrative records meticulously detail a highly sophisticated bureaucracy that managed land tenure, intricate taxation systems, religious offerings, and the nuanced processes of craft production with astonishing precision and meticulousness. The Grand Palace at Pylos spanned an approximate area of 2 hectares and featured a distinctive megaron hall, characterized by a prominent central hearth encircled by 4 imposing columns supporting a clear-story roof that allowed light to flood the interior. Vibrant frescoes depicting elaborate processions, thrilling hunting scenes, and captivating mythological subjects adorned the walls, while the floors were meticulously covered with painted plaster in intricate geometric and naturalistic patterns, adding to the palace's aesthetic splendor. Storage areas within the palace contained hundreds of stirrup jars, specifically designed for the storage of precious oil and wine, alongside numerous bronze vessels, exquisite ivory objects, and a formidable array of weapons, all indicative of both robust local production and extensive, far-reaching trade connections. The palace's administrative wing was home to archives containing over 1,000 Linear B tablets that meticulously recorded everything from detailed livestock inventories to the elaborate preparations for significant religious festivals, offering an unparalleled glimpse into the daily operations of this ancient civilization. The impressive Tyrone Center unequivocally demonstrated the formidable military engineering capabilities of late Bronze Age Greece. The citadel's colossal cyclopean walls, meticulously constructed from massive limestone blocks, some weighing several tons each, reached awe-inspiring heights of up to 8 meters and enclosed a substantial area of approximately 20,000 square meters. These formidable fortifications ingeniously incorporated sophisticated defensive features, including intricate corbelled galleries, cleverly concealed sally ports, and a complex entrance system meticulously designed to channel potential attackers through a series of multiple, strategically placed choke points, effectively impeding any assault. The palace situated within these formidable walls featured architectural elements strikingly similar to those found at Pylos, but on an even grander scale and more expansive scale, boasting a megaron measuring an impressive 11.8 by 9.9 meters and elaborate bathroom facilities, notably including a meticulously crafted terracotta bathtub, a testament to the luxurious living standards of the elite. Mycenaean military organization represented a fascinating synthesis, combining elements thoughtfully borrowed from the venerable Minoan traditions with innovative adaptations specifically tailored to the unique conditions of mainland Greece. Chariot warfare played a conspicuously significant role. Although Mycenaean chariots distinguished themselves from their Near Eastern counterparts in both their construction methodology and their precise tactical deployment on the battlefield. Archaeological evidence unearthed from numerous shaft graves and tholos tombs consistently reveals bronze weapons of extraordinary quality and craftsmanship, including elegant rapiers, formidable daggers, sharp spearheads, and precise arrowheads, all indicative of a highly advanced metallurgical industry. Body armor included robust bronze cuirasses, imposing helmets reinforced with formidable boar tusks, and distinctive figure-8 shields meticulously fashioned from oxhide, stretched over sturdy wooden frames, providing comprehensive protection to the warriors. The expansive Mycenaean maritime network stretched its tendrils throughout the entire eastern Mediterranean, with compelling evidence of Greek traders and settlers consistently found in archaeological sites across Cyprus, along the vibrant Levantine coast, and in parts of southern Italy. Mycenaean pottery, particularly the ubiquitous stirrup jars and elegant kyllikes, frequently appears in diverse archaeological contexts, ranging from the western reaches of Sardinia to the eastern banks of the Euphrates, vividly indicating both the extensive reach and the intense fervor of their commercial activities. These intricate trade relationships involved not only exquisitely finished goods, but also crucial raw materials, with copper sourced from the rich mines of Cyprus, tin obtained from sources potentially located in Anatolia or Central Europe, lustrous gold from the abundant reserves of Egypt and Nubia, and precious amber imported from the distant Baltic region, illustrating a truly globalized economy for its time. New Kingdom Egypt, during the illustrious reigns of pharaohs such as Amenhotep III, Akhenaten, and Ramesses II, represented the absolute zenith of pharaonic power and territorial expansion. The mighty Egyptian empire extended majestically from the fourth cataract of the Nile in Nubia all the way to the Euphrates River in Syria, thereby encompassing a remarkably diverse array of peoples, invaluable resources, and strategically paramount positions. This vast and complex territory necessitated the implementation of sophisticated administrative systems that masterfully balanced centralized control with a degree of local autonomy, formidable military forces unequivocally capable of defending its extended frontiers, and robust economic mechanisms that could efficiently extract and meticulously redistribute resources across thousands of kilometers, ensuring the empire's sustained prosperity. The Egyptian military during this transformative period had undergone a profound evolution, far transcending its more humble Middle Kingdom origins, to emerge as a highly professional and formidable force, meticulously equipped with the very latest in Bronze Age technology. Chariot Corps formed the elite striking arm, with their advanced vehicles meticulously manufactured in royal workshops, using carefully imported wood, precisely crafted bronze fittings, and high-quality leather components. Egyptian chariots typically carried two highly trained crew members, a skilled driver and a deadly archer, and were meticulously organized into disciplined squadrons of 10 vehicles, each operating under the experienced command of seasoned officers. Infantry divisions, each theoretically comprising an impressive 5,000 men, were recruited both from the indigenous Egyptian populations and from a diverse array of foreign auxiliaries, including resilient Nubians, fierce Libyans, and various Asiatic peoples, adding to the military's strength and diversity. Egyptian bronze work had attained extraordinary levels of sophistication and artistry, producing an array of weapons and tools that flawlessly combined functional effectiveness with unparalleled artistic excellence. Bronze swords discovered in royal tombs display intricate metallurgical techniques, including advanced pattern welding, differential hardening for superior durability, and exquisite decorative inlays, showcasing the skill of ancient artisans. Military equipment included formidable composite bows, capable of penetrating bronze armor at impressive ranges exceeding 200 meters, bronze-tipped arrows with specialized heads meticulously designed for different targets, and advanced siege equipment ingeniously adapted from Asiatic models, demonstrating a continuous process of innovation and adaptation. The robust economic foundation of Egyptian power rested squarely on the immense agricultural productivity of the fertile Nile Valley, significantly supplemented by substantial tribute exacted from conquered territories and considerable profits generated from its extensive and intricate trade networks. Egyptian merchants and astute diplomats assiduously maintained vital commercial relationships throughout the Eastern Mediterranean, with Egyptian gold serving as a universally accepted and highly valued standard medium of exchange in international transactions, underscoring Egypt's economic dominance. The Amarna letters, an invaluable collection of diplomatic correspondence exchanged between Egyptian pharaohs and various foreign rulers, vividly reveal the intricate complexity of these relationships and highlight the central and indispensable role of elaborate gift exchange in meticulously maintaining critical political alliances, solidifying bonds between distant empires. Cyprus, during this momentous period, emerged as an absolutely crucial intermediary in the bustling Mediterranean trade network, particularly distinguishing itself in the vital production and widespread distribution of copper. The island's abundant copper deposits, predominantly concentrated in the rugged Troodos Mountains, supplied the essential raw material for bronze production throughout the entire region, fueling the Bronze Age economy. Major urban centers such as Enkomi and Kition developed into highly sophisticated urban settlements, characterized by meticulously planned street layouts, substantial and impressive buildings, and compelling evidence of highly specialized craft production, indicating a thriving and organized society. Distinctive oxhide-shaped copper ingots, each weighing approximately 25 to 30 kilograms, have been remarkably discovered in shipwrecks and various archaeological sites, ranging from the far reaches of Sardinia to the distant Black Sea, unequivocally demonstrating the extensive and profound commercial influence wielded by the island of Cyprus across the ancient world. Land's commercial influence. The Levantine coast, during the flourishing epoch of the Late Bronze Age, was a vibrant tapestry of prosperous city-states. These urban centers functioned as pivotal intermediaries, deftly connecting the formidable great powers of the era and serving as indispensable conduits for the intricate web of long-distance trade. Ugarit, a jewel nestled on the Syrian coast, perfectly embodied this multifaceted role, distinguished by its profoundly cosmopolitan character and its extensive, far-reaching commercial networks. The city's remarkably preserved archives, a treasure trove inscribed in a plethora of languages and scripts, including the indigenous Ugaritic, the widely adopted Akkadian, the enigmatic Egyptian hieroglyphs, and the formidable Hittite cuneiform, eloquently attest to its esteemed position as a dynamic meeting point where diverse civilizations converged and interacted. Ugaritic merchants, renowned for their entrepreneurial spirit, meticulously maintained bustling trading houses and commercial outposts in distant lands such as Cyprus, Egypt, and the Aegean region. While the city's bustling port, a hub of ceaseless activity, efficiently handled an astonishing array of goods, ranging from the lustrous Baltic amber to the exotic and highly prized Indian Ocean pearls. This intricate system of exchange underscored Ugarit's pivotal role in the global economy of the time. Ugarit's meticulously planned urban layout was a testament to sophisticated architectural and engineering principles, featuring clearly delineated residential quarters for its diverse populace, bustling commercial districts brimming with trade, and revered religious precincts dedicated to various deities. These distinct zones were seamlessly interconnected by a network of meticulously stone-paved streets, indicative of advanced civic organization. The Royal Palace, a monumental edifice spanning an impressive expanse of over 6,000 square meters, was an architectural marvel containing more than 90 exquisitely appointed rooms. These included grand throne rooms where rulers held court, private apartments offering seclusion, administrative offices where the city's affairs were managed, and extensive storage facilities vital for sustaining the urban population. The city's religious complex was equally impressive, encompassing magnificent temples reverently dedicated to potent deities such as Baal, Dagon, and other revered figures. These sacred spaces were adorned with elaborate ritual installations designed for complex ceremonies and contained a wealth of rich votive deposits, offerings made to the gods. Private houses, particularly those situated within the affluent residential district, showcased remarkable architectural sophistication, often featuring multiple stories, serene interior courtyards providing natural light and ventilation, and advanced drainage systems that spoke to a high level of urban infrastructure. The technological advancements of this era transcended mere military applications, extending profoundly into the realms of metallurgy, engineering, and maritime capabilities. Bronze working techniques, a cornerstone of ancient technology, had achieved an unprecedented level of sophistication. Artisans were capable of producing alloys with precisely tailored properties, meticulously crafted for a myriad of specific applications. This ranged from forging exceptionally hard cutting edges, essential for formidable weapons and durable tools, to creating corrosion-resistant fittings indispensable for the longevity of ships and the structural integrity of architectural elements. Foundries situated at prominent sites such as Kition in Cyprus and Encomi, celebrated for their metallurgical prowess, were at the forefront of innovation. They efficiently produced standardized copper ingots using advanced smelting techniques that not only maximized the yield of precious metal, but also ingeniously minimized fuel consumption, demonstrating an early understanding of resource optimization and industrial efficiency. Shipbuilding technology had undergone significant evolution, reaching a point where it enabled regular and reliable maritime commerce to flourish across the vast expanse of the Mediterranean Sea. The discovery of the Uluburun shipwreck, meticulously dated to approximately 1300 BC, serves as an invaluable archaeological testament, providing extraordinarily detailed evidence of the sophisticated maritime capabilities possessed during the Late Bronze Age. This remarkable vessel, estimated to be around 15 meters in length, carried an astonishing cargo weighing in excess of 20 tons. This diverse and precious consignment included substantial quantities of copper and tin ingots, crucial raw materials for bronze production, along with glass ingots, exotic ivory, rare ebony, delicate ostrich eggshells, and a wide array of meticulously manufactured goods sourced from across the then-known world, underscoring the vast reach of ancient trade networks. The ship's robust construction featured planks of durable cedar wood, meticulously joined together using advanced mortise and tenon joints, a technique that provided superior structural integrity. These joints were further reinforced with sturdy bronze fastenings, and the entire hull was meticulously sealed with pine resin, ensuring its watertightness and resilience against the harsh elements of the open sea. Agricultural intensification served as the indispensable bedrock, supporting the burgeoning population growth and the rapid urbanization that were distinctive hallmarks of this period. Ingenious terracing systems, meticulously carved into the rugged landscapes of the Aegean Islands, along with sophisticated irrigation networks meticulously engineered across the Near East, and comprehensive flood management systems expertly implemented along the life-giving Nile River, collectively enabled a dramatic increase in food production. This surplus of sustenance was critical, as it effectively liberated a significant portion of the labor force from agrarian duties, allowing individuals to specialize in a diverse array of crafts, dedicate themselves to military service, or assume vital administrative functions within the burgeoning urban centers. Furthermore, strategically located storage facilities within the Grand Palace centers possessed the impressive capacity to hold provisions sufficient for several years, providing an essential buffer against potential harvest failures and ensuring food security. This abundant reserve also empowered rulers to sustain and support extensive retinues of dependents, further consolidating their power and influence. The archaeological record emanating from this epoch vividly unveils unprecedented levels of material prosperity and a remarkable degree of cultural sophistication. An exquisite array of luxury goods encompassing resplendent gold jewelry, intricately carved ivory artifacts, sumptuously decorated textiles, and elaborately crafted furniture, consistently appears within elite contexts across the entire Mediterranean basin, signifying a widespread taste for opulence. Artistic styles of the period demonstrably reflected an increasing international influence, illustrating a vibrant cross-cultural exchange. This is evident in the striking appearance of distinctive Egyptian motifs adorning Mycenaean frescoes, the widespread adoption of characteristic Aegean pottery forms in the Levant, and the intriguing discovery of Mesopotamian cylinder seals within Greek archaeological contexts. Religious practices during the Late Bronze Age mirrored both deeply ingrained local traditions and the pervasive international influences of the time. Grand temple complexes situated at major urban centers featured elaborate ritual installations designed for complex ceremonies, housed substantial treasuries brimming with wealth, and controlled extensive landholdings, thereby establishing them as significant economic as well as profound religious institutions. The distinctly international character of Late Bronze Age religion is further underscored by the evident adoption of foreign deities, the emergence of syncretistic practices blending diverse beliefs, and the dynamic exchange of religious texts and iconography between distinct cultural regions, fostering a rich spiritual tapestry. Yet, beneath the glittering veneer of prosperity and the seemingly robust international cooperation that largely characterized the Late Bronze Age Mediterranean, subtle yet ominous signs of instability began to manifest with increasing frequency during the final decades of the 13th century BC. These initial warnings, disparate in their geographical distribution and preserved only in fragmented, often cryptic records, would, in retrospect, prove to be the grim harbingers of a catastrophic collapse, a cataclysmic event that would fundamentally reshape the ancient world and usher in an era of profound upheaval. The earliest documented evidence of this burgeoning trouble first surfaces within the meticulously kept Hittite royal archives, where references to escalating conflicts with various Western Anatolian peoples become progressively more frequent and undeniably urgent after approximately 1250 BC. King Tudalia IV, the reigning Hittite monarch, found himself grappling with an intensifying pressure along the western frontiers of his vast empire. Here, a formidable confederation of Anatolian peoples, known collectively as the Asua lands, had begun to overtly challenge the once unquestioned imperial authority of Hattusa. These territories, strategically stretching along the Aegean coast of Anatolia, from the Troad in the north down to Lycia in the south, had historically served as loyal vassals, consistently providing both tribute and crucial military assistance to the Hittite capital. However, a wealth of archaeological evidence unearthed from significant sites such as Troy, Miletus, and Assos reveals a discernible trend of increasing fortification efforts during this very period. This heightened activity strongly suggests a growing sense of insecurity and a deliberate, widespread preparation for impending conflict. Hittite military records from this era meticulously describe campaigns waged against rebellious Western vassals with an unprecedented level of detail, unequivocally indicating the grave seriousness of these emerging threats. The Yalbert inscription, a monumental text carved on a prominent rock relief near modern Konya, stands as a lasting testament, commemorating Tudalia's hard-won victories over the formidable Luca people and their allies. The inscription vividly recounts pitched battles involving thousands of warriors and details the successful capture of numerous fortified settlements. Intriguingly, the text also mentions specific tactical formations employed, advanced siege techniques utilized, and even the strategic deployment of swift chariot squadrons in mountainous terrain, areas previously considered entirely unsuitable for such sophisticated military operations. These Western Anatolian conflicts diverged significantly from earlier Hittite military campaigns, notable for their escalated intensity and expanded geographical scope. Previous rebellions had typically involved isolated single city-states or relatively small regional coalitions, which were more manageable. However, the disturbances erupting in the late 13th century encompassed vast territories and demonstrably involved coordinated resistance across multiple ethnic groups, presenting a far more formidable challenge. Hittite administrative documents from this period vividly reveal the implementation of emergency measures, including the swift mobilization of reserve forces, the urgent construction of new fortifications along vulnerable frontiers, and the strategic establishment of military colonies in critical locations to secure imperial interests. Archaeological excavations conducted at Hittite frontier sites provide compelling material evidence of this increased militarization. The fortress of Kurukutepe, strategically positioned on the Euphrates River, clearly exhibits extensive renovation and reinforcement during the late 13th century. Existing walls were heightened and substantially reinforced. New defensive towers were added at regular intervals, and internal structures were modified to accommodate significantly larger garrisons. Similar patterns of intensified militarization and defensive upgrades appear at numerous sites throughout western and southern Anatolia, strongly suggesting a coordinated imperial response to the mounting external pressures and the growing instability. The deteriorating situation in western Anatolia ultimately culminated in the catastrophic destruction of Troy 7 Ea around 1180 BC, an event that has captivated scholarly attention and debate for over a century. This particular settlement, meticulously constructed upon the ruins of the earlier Troy 6, represented a critically significant urban center, strategically controlling the vital Dardanelles Passage, the crucial maritime link between Europe and Asia. The archaeological evidence meticulously unearthed from Troy 7 vividly reveals a community under dire siege conditions. Narrow streets were found crammed with storage jars. Makeshift shelters were hastily constructed within the formidable citadel walls, and clear signs of severe overcrowding were apparent as the populace desperately sought protection behind the massive fortifications. The destruction layer at Troy 7A contains extensive and unmistakable evidence of fire damage, widespread collapsed building materials, and scattered human remains, all of which strongly suggest a violent conquest rather than an accidental conflagration. Arrowheads of various distinct types, including some with characteristic barbed points not typical of indigenous local Anatolian traditions, lie eerily embedded in walls and scattered across floors, silent witnesses to the intensity of the assault. Bronze weapons and tools show clear evidence of hasty abandonment, with valuable items inexplicably left behind in circumstances that powerfully suggest their owners either fled in terror or tragically perished during the ferocious attack. Carl Bligen's pioneering excavations in the 1930s and subsequent meticulous investigations, conducted by Manfred Korfmann's team, unequivocally reveal that Troy 7A had been rebuilt with considerable haste following the destruction of Troy 6 around 1300 BC. The new settlement, while utilizing the formidable existing fortification walls, nonetheless exhibited noticeable signs of decline in construction quality and overall urban planning. Houses were demonstrably smaller and more cramped than their predecessors. Streets were narrower and less regularly laid out, and the overall impression conveyed is that of a community struggling desperately to maintain its former prosperity and grandeur in the face of mounting challenges. The pottery assemblage meticulously recovered from Troy 7A's destruction level includes both local Anatolian wares and a significant number of imported pieces from various Aegean sources, clearly indicating that trade connections, though perhaps strained, continued despite the apparent military pressures. However, it is noteworthy that the quantity and, crucially, the quality of imported goods had visibly declined significantly compared to earlier, more prosperous periods, strongly suggesting a widespread economic disruption that unmistakably preceded the final, devastating catastrophe. Furthermore, storage areas strategically located within the citadel were found to contain large quantities of grain and other essential foodstuffs, compelling evidence of methodical preparation for extended siege conditions, underscoring the community's grim anticipation of prolonged conflict. Amidst the escalating challenges in western Anatolia, contemporary accounts from Egyptian and Levantine chronicles meticulously record an alarming surge in predatory incursions and demographic shifts along the sun-drenched coasts of the eastern Mediterranean. The inaugural unequivocal mentions of maritime marauders surface within Egyptian historical documents dating back to the reign of Merneptah, a pharaoh who confronted a formidable confederation of Libyan tribal factions and various foreign populaces endeavoring to establish settlements within the fertile expanse of the Nile Delta. The monumental Karnak inscription, which vividly recounts Merneptah's decisive triumph, specifically identifies several distinct ethnic entities, including the Luca, Sheridan, Shekelesh, and Teresh, groups whose ancestral homelands were situated in the Aegean and Anatolian territories, simultaneously gripped by profound socio-political turmoil. These nascent bands of raiders exhibited characteristics that distinguished them from the subsequent, more widespread invasions attributed to the enigmatic Sea Peoples, primarily in their discernible collaboration with entrenched regional authorities. Historical evidence suggests that the Libyan pharaoh Murayer had forged strategic alliances with diverse foreign contingents, thereby indicating that these initial population movements were underpinned by organized military cooperation, rather than being mere desperate surges of displaced refugees. Elaborate Egyptian battle reliefs adorning Merneptah's mortuary temple graphically depict foreign combatants, readily identifiable by their characteristic round shields, distinctive feathered headdresses, and gleaming bronze weaponry, fighting in disciplined, coordinated formations alongside the Libyan forces. Concurrently, archaeological investigations at various separate sites from this epoch increasingly uncover compelling evidence of widespread violent devastation and subsequent abandonment. Encomi, which served as the island of Cyprus's paramount copper-producing hub, bears unmistakable scars of recurrent assaults throughout the latter half of the 13th century BCE, with its destruction strata yielding charred remnants of buildings, scattered implements of metalworking, and hastily interred caches of valuable artifacts. The uppermost and final stratum of occupation at this pivotal site reveals the hasty erection of rudimentary fortifications, pieced together from scavenged building stones, unequivocally pointing to desperate endeavors to withstand relentless and escalating threats. The once flourishing copper industry, which had for centuries underpinned Cyprus's prosperity, began to exhibit unequivocal signs of profound disruption during this tumultuous era. Major smelting facilities at prominent locations such as Kition and Kalavassos were either entirely abandoned or forced to operate at significantly diminished capacities. Furthermore, the hallmark standardized oxhide ingot production, a cornerstone of Cypriot metallurgy for generations, became conspicuously erratic in both its intrinsic quality and overall output. Simultaneously, the intricate network of trade routes that had seamlessly linked Cyprus to burgeoning markets across the entirety of the Mediterranean basin experienced progressively severe disturbances, a decline strikingly corroborated by the diminishing presence of Cypriot pottery and metalwork in foreign archaeological contexts. From Ugarit's voluminous archives emanate richly detailed, contemporaneous narratives chronicling the deepening crisis that progressively engulfed the Levantine littoral. Epistolary exchanges between Hammurapi, the last sovereign ruler of Ugarit, and his imperial overlord, the Hittite king, lay bare the mounting external pressures stemming from relentless seaborne raiders, compounded by internal security vulnerabilities. One particularly illuminating missive describes the critical deployment of Ugarit's military forces to lend aid to the Hittites in distant Anatolia, a strategic decision that regrettably rendered the city perilously exposed to attacks from the sea. Hammurapi's correspondence eloquently conveys his escalating sense of despair as grim tidings of raids and widespread destruction relentlessly flowed in from neighboring territories. The meticulously preserved administrative records from Ugarit's concluding epoch graphically illustrate profound transformations in both economic activity and societal organization. The systematic collection of taxes became markedly irregular, with numerous entries referencing unfulfilled obligations and urgent pleas for extended payment deadlines. The volume and scope of trade contracts experienced a precipitous decline, while legal instruments increasingly documented contentious disputes over property rights and unfulfilled commercial commitments. The city's celebrated cosmopolitan character, previously underscored by its diverse multilingual archives, gradually receded, giving way to more parochial concerns as its extensive international connections progressively frayed and dissolved. Archaeological findings pertaining to Ugarit's catastrophic obliteration, which occurred around 1185 BC, vividly portray a disaster that struck with terrifying abruptness. The magnificent royal palace and its surrounding administrative edifices were utterly consumed by an inferno of such ferocity that it inadvertently baked the cuneiform tablets within the administrative archives, thereby fortuitously preserving their final, poignant records for posterity. Personal effects haphazardly strewn throughout the residential quarters strongly intimate a hurried and desperate evacuation, while the conspicuous absence of systematic looting suggests that the aggressors were primarily driven by an impulse for wholesale destruction rather than the acquisition of plunder. Climate researchers have meticulously identified substantial environmental shifts during the late 13th century BC, changes that likely played a pivotal role in exacerbating regional instability. Paleoclimatic data, drawn from an eclectic array of sources, including dendrochronological studies of Anatolian junipers, comprehensive pollen analyses from eastern Mediterranean lake sediments, and intricate isotopic analyses of speleothems extracted from Levantine caves, consistently point to a prolonged period of increasing aridity and pronounced temperature fluctuations commencing around 1250 BC. The Anatolian tree ring chronology, in particular, reveals a distinct succession of narrow growth rings, directly indicative of severe drought conditions throughout the late 13th century, with especially acute episodes registered around 1230 BC and again circa 1200 BC. These protracted periods of drought would have exerted a catastrophic impact on agricultural productivity across regions critically dependent on rainfall, inevitably compelling populations to embark upon desperate quests for alternative territories or vital food resources. The chronological alignment of these distinct climatic episodes corresponds remarkably closely with compelling archaeological evidence of heightened fortification efforts and escalating conflicts observed throughout the entire region. Reconstructions of ancient lake levels from sites spanning the eastern Mediterranean unequivocally demonstrate significant reductions during this period, indicative of diminished precipitation coupled with accelerated evaporation rates. Lake Tiberias, nestled within the Jordan Valley, experienced a pronounced lowering of its water levels, with analogous patterns discernible in lakes across Anatolia and the northern Levant. These pervasive hydrological alterations would have profoundly impaired both agricultural output and the critical availability of potable water for burgeoning urban populations. The widespread agricultural disruption, directly attributable to the profound climate change, appears to have ignited population movements that initially manifested as organized raids rather than sweeping mass migrations. Communities grappling with devastating crop failures and substantial livestock losses would have been inexorably driven to procure essential resources elsewhere. whether through formalized trade agreements, the extraction of tribute, or outright direct seizure. The formidable warrior cultures prevalent in the Aegean and western Anatolian regions possessed both the requisite military prowess and the sophisticated maritime technology indispensable for executing such strategies across considerable geographical expanses. Tangible evidence corroborating the prevalence of famine conditions during this unsettling period emerges from a multitude of archaeological and textual repositories. Grain storage facilities discovered at sites throughout the affected region consistently display telltale signs of depletion, with numerous large storage jars found either entirely empty or containing only infinitesimal residual traces of their erstwhile contents. Furthermore, skeletal remains exhumed from cemetery sites reveal an elevated incidence of nutritional stress markers, including distinctive linear enamel hypoplasia and a discernible reduction in average stature, unequivocally signifying prolonged periods of severe dietary inadequacy within these ancient communities. The widespread rupture of long-established trade networks served to acutely exacerbate localized food shortages by effectively impeding the crucial redistribution of agricultural surpluses from regions that might have remained relatively unaffected. Cyprus, an island economy that had become heavily reliant on imported grain to sustain its highly specialized copper-producing industry, confronted particularly formidable challenges as its traditional suppliers in Egypt and the Levant simultaneously grappled with their own severe agricultural crises. The island's archaeological record from this period increasingly documents extensive food storage and rationing practices, with residential areas frequently yielding an unusually high concentration of large storage vessels. Hittite administrative documents lay bare the desperate attempts to mitigate pervasive food shortages through a series of emergency measures. These included the urgent redistribution of sacred temple grain reserves, the temporary suspension of tribute obligations for territories most severely impacted, and the arduous negotiation of vital grain imports from Egypt. However, these ameliorative actions appear to have afforded only fleeting, temporary relief, as persistent references to dire famine conditions continue to punctuate the records throughout the final, agonizing decades of Hittite imperial rule. The potent confluence of pervasive climate change, widespread agricultural disruption, and the resultant immense population pressures collectively forged conditions that inexorably transformed previously localized conflicts into sprawling, region-wide crises. Communities that had historically coexisted in relative tranquility now found themselves locked in fierce competition for rapidly diminishing resources. Concurrently, the catastrophic breakdown of established trade relationships effectively dismantled the traditional mechanisms for peacefully resolving such burgeoning disputes. Ultimately, the sophisticated diplomatic and intricately woven economic systems that had diligently maintained stability throughout the illustrious Late Bronze Age proved woefully inadequate to address challenges of such unprecedented magnitude and sweeping geographic scope. The accumulating pressures, which had steadily intensified throughout the late 13th century BC, culminated in their devastating climax during the tumultuous period between 1200 and 1150 BC. This era witnessed an unparalleled cascade of destruction that swept across the eastern Mediterranean with breathtaking speed and unsparing thoroughness. The sophisticated urban centers, which had for centuries served as the vibrant anchors of Bronze Age civilization, crumbled one after another, their magnificent palaces consumed by ravenous flames, their populations dispersed, and their intricate administrative systems utterly obliterated. This systematic and widespread collapse left behind an archaeological signature so singularly distinctive that contemporary excavators can identify these destruction layers with remarkable precision, thereby vividly revealing the immense extent and profound intensity of the cataclysm that befell the ancient world. Pylos, the pivotal administrative heartland of southwestern Greece, then under the venerable rule of the Wanax Nestor, arguably furnishes the most poignant and dramatic evidence of this abrupt and comprehensive collapse. The sprawling palace complex, which had for generations functioned as the undisputed political, economic, and religious nucleus of the entire region, was utterly annihilated around 1180 BC in a conflagration of such ferocious intensity that it inadvertently baked the linear B tablets housed within its administrative archives, thereby fortuitously preserving them for the meticulous study of modern scholars. The final tablets recovered from the palace vividly attest to a state apparatus that remained fully operational and seemingly normal until the very precipice of its demise, with records detailing religious offerings, military equipment distributions, and routine administrative affairs dated to the final months immediately preceding its catastrophic destruction. Extensive archaeological investigations into the catastrophic destruction layer at Pylos vividly illustrate the ferocity and abruptness of the ultimate offensive. Numerous bronze armaments, including formidable spearheads deeply lodged within door frames and a profusion of arrowheads discovered in strategic storage zones, indicate the desperate final resistance mounted by the palace's defenders, their last desperate stands. The majestic throne room, or megaron, bears unequivocal signs of an inferno of astonishing intensity, with massive roof timbers having collapsed to form a dense stratum of charcoal exceeding a meter in depth in certain sections. Intricately decorated fresco fragments, their vibrant painted plaster surfaces now disfigured by searing scorch marks, lie haphazardly intermingled with shattered ceramic ware and contorted bronze receptacles amidst the sprawling debris. The palace's administrative sector furnishes particularly heart-wrenching testimony to the sudden onset of this disaster. Workstations belonging to the palace scribes still hold uncompleted clay tablets, the delicate imprints of their styluses still discernibly etched into the surface, while numerous clay ceilings remain strewn across the floors, having plummeted from their incinerated wooden shelving. The vast repositories that formerly housed the palace's comprehensive archives exhibit unmistakable indicators of methodical devastation, with countless tablet fragments interspersed amongst ash and detritus in configurations strongly implying intentional acts of vandalism rather than mere collateral damage from an unforeseen conflagration. Personal effects discovered throughout the expansive palace complex decisively convey that its residents were afforded no prospect for a structured withdrawal. Ornate bronze mirrors, delicately carved ivory combs, and precious gold adornments lie forsaken within the residential zones, while culinary vessels, still containing the telltale remnants of carbonized foodstuffs, paint a vivid picture of quotidian existence, proceeding without interruption right up until the precise instant of the assault. The poignant discovery of children's playthings, such as diminutive bronze animal figures and charming ceramic statuettes, strewn across the domestic chambers, offers a profoundly moving testament to families who were utterly ambushed by the cataclysm that engulfed them. The adjacent settlement surrounding Pylos presents comparable indications of brutal obliteration, with its residential districts characterized by incinerated dwellings, dispersed personal belongings, and hurriedly concealed caches of precious items. Multiple deposits of bronze artifacts, encompassing an array of weaponry, implements, and containers, were unearthed in strategic positions, strongly suggesting that their proprietors had harbored intentions of returning to recover them once the immediate peril had subsided. The pervasive and systematic character of this devastation, impacting both the central palace complex and its contiguous communities in a synchronized manner, strongly points towards a meticulously orchestrated offensive executed by adversaries possessing the capacity to entirely overpower the region's established defensive mechanisms. Tiryns, renowned for its colossal cyclopean fortifications, might reasonably have been anticipated to repel the onslaughts that had laid waste to less adequately protected settlements. Nevertheless, it too succumbed to the pervasive calamity. The citadel's obliteration, dated approximately 1200 BC, unequivocally demonstrates that even the most advanced and intricate defensive apparatuses of the Bronze Age ultimately proved insufficient against the formidable powers unleashed throughout this tumultuous epoch. The opulent palace complex, nestled securely within the fortress's formidable walls, was utterly consumed by fire, with the resulting layers of destructive detritus accumulating to depths of several meters in certain localities. Further findings from Tiryns strongly imply that the aggressors possessed an intimate understanding of the fortress's inherent defensive vulnerabilities. Gaps and fissures within the colossal cyclopean walls are consistently found at junctures where the immense stone blocks were adjoined by smaller, less robust elements, signifying that the offensive was carried out by adversaries well versed in the intricate methodologies of Bronze Age military engineering. The elaborate entrance system, meticulously engineered to funnel potential invaders through a succession of constricted choke points, exhibits indications of having been circumvented or surmounted through highly synchronized assault maneuvers. The lower citadel at Tiryns yields compelling evidence of frantic defensive preparations initiated as the impending crisis drew near. Dwellings situated proximately to the ramparts were systematically raised to establish unobstructed lines of sight for defensive fire, while their enduring stone foundations were ingeniously integrated into rapidly erected supplementary defensive structures. Storage chambers across the entire fortress were densely stocked with provisions, including substantial inventories of arrows, spearheads, and pieces of bronze armor, thereby suggesting that the beleaguered defenders had indeed been granted a period to brace for protracted siege conditions, yet ultimately proved incapable of enduring the decisive and final onslaught. Hattusa, the magnificent nucleus of the Hittite Empire, arguably endured the most thorough annihilation of any Bronze Age urban hub. The city's desertion, occurring approximately 1180 BC, signified not merely the demise of an isolated habitation, but rather the comprehensive disintegration of an entire imperial apparatus that had exerted dominion over Anatolia and northern Syria for multiple centuries. Archaeological findings unequivocally demonstrate that Hattusa underwent a methodical demolition before its intentional abandonment, with its populace seemingly conducting an orderly exodus prior to the ultimate devastating inferno. The royal citadel at Hattusa exhibits clear indications of meticulous readiness for departure, with precious artifacts having been salvaged and the imperial archives apparently relocated to secure destinations preceding the destructive event. Nonetheless, the bureaucratic edifices and sacred temples were subjected to an exhaustive incineration, generating strata of ruin that encased thousands of cuneiform tablets, offering profound and granular perspectives into the empire's terminal phase. These invaluable records illuminate escalating military exigencies, pervasive economic hardships, and a discernible deterioration of administrative efficacy in the decades immediately preceding the capital's eventual downfall. The monumental temple complexes throughout Hattusa endured an especially methodical campaign of destruction. Temple 1, recognized as the most expansive religious edifice within the Hittite realm, was systematically divested of its opulent fixtures prior to its immolation, with significant bronze cultic artifacts and precious metallic embellishments evidently removed by the departing populace. The temple's extensive storage facilities, which had once housed prodigious quantities of grain, oil, and various oblations, were discovered utterly devoid of contents, save for scattered ceramic shards and desiccated organic residues. Domestic quarters across Hattusa consistently present a discernible sequence of events. An orderly evacuation succeeded by intentional demolition. Dwellings contained only a scant number of personal possessions, lending credence to the notion that residents had ample opportunity to collect their belongings before their departure. Nevertheless, the structures themselves were meticulously set ablaze. This distinctive sequence strongly implies that the city's desertion was a calculated and implemented decision by its own citizenry, rather than a consequence of swift subjugation by invading foreign powers. The sophisticated water provision networks that had facilitated Hattusa's substantial populace were intentionally compromised during the abandonment. Subterranean conduits were obstructed with rocks and detritus, while above-ground installations suffered damage, rendering them irreparable without significant effort. Such measures insinuate that the departing inhabitants aimed to preclude the site's future resettlement by antagonistic forces, thereby successfully nullifying the inherent strategic benefits that had originally elevated Hattusa to the status of an imperial capital. The annihilation of Ugarit, occurring approximately 1185 BC, eradicated one of the most culturally diverse and economically pivotal hubs of the late Bronze Age global landscape. The city's strategic role as a crucial conduit between the major regional powers and its expansive commercial infrastructure rendered its disappearance especially consequential for the overarching disintegration of Mediterranean civilization. Archaeological findings demonstrate unequivocally that Ugarit, akin to other prominent urban centers, suffered an abrupt and absolute obliteration, utterly devoid of any indicators of a protracted decline or even a partial exodus. The regal palace at Ugarit was devoured by an inferno of such ferocity that bronze artifacts liquefied and amalgamated with the very stone components of its architecture. The palace's voluminous archives, comprising thousands of inscribed tablets penned in a multitude of languages and writing systems, were fortuitously hardened by the intense heat, thereby safeguarding a wealth of diplomatic exchanges, mercantile agreements, and administrative documentation that now offer unparalleled revelations into the international order's concluding epoch. The ultimate missives discovered within these archives delineate pressing solicitations for military aid and alarming dispatches concerning maritime raiders nearing the coastline. The obliteration of Ugarit was inextricably linked with the methodical dismantling of its vital commercial apparatus. Port facilities sustained substantial harm, with massive stone blocks from wharves and storehouses strewn across the area, seemingly by intentional acts of demolition. The city's prominent metalworking district, a prodigious producer of bronze artifacts destined for trade across the entire Mediterranean basin, exhibits clear indications of a hurried withdrawal, with smelting furnaces left deserted, still retaining partially processed raw materials. The residential sectors of Ugarit disclose the identical trajectory of abrupt disaster observed at other ravaged locations. Dwellings house dispersed personal effects, upturned furnishings, and undeniable evidence of fire damage. Concurrently, thoroughfares are strewn with countless ceramic shards and miscellaneous detritus. A number of hidden caches of precious items, encompassing exquisite silver vessels, intricate jewelry, and formidable bronze weaponry, were unearthed interred within residential zones, suggesting that certain residents managed to secrete their riches prior to their flight or demise. The catastrophic downfall of Ugarit precipitated instantaneous repercussions for the intricate web of commercial exchange spanning the entirety of the eastern Mediterranean. The city's venerable trading enterprises had assiduously cultivated and sustained mercantile affiliations with counterparts situated in Cyprus, Egypt, the Aegean, and Mesopotamia. Consequently, its obliteration carved out an irreparable void within the established commercial framework, one that proved exceedingly difficult to adequately address. Archaeological findings from numerous sites across the broader region manifest a pronounced diminution in the availability of imported commodities and opulent articles subsequent to Ugarit's destruction, unequivocally underscoring the expansive economic ramifications of its demise. Comprehensive archaeological reconnaissance conducted across the eastern Mediterranean basin consistently uncovers that the devastating ruin of principal urban centers coincided with the wholesale desertion of hundreds of lesser habitations. Specifically within the Hellenic sphere, more than 90% of all Mycenaean locales exhibit incontrovertible signs of either destruction or complete abandonment within the tumultuous half-century, spanning 1200 and 1150 BC. This pervasive trend transcends the confines of the grand palatial complexes, encompassing diminutive townships, agrarian communities, and specialized locations, such as sophisticated metalworking hubs and revered spiritual sanctuaries. The methodical character of this extensive abandonment powerfully intimates a series of synchronized offensives perpetrated by adversaries possessing the strategic acumen and logistical capability to deploy forces across immense geographical expanses and highly varied topographies. The widespread collapse that gripped the eastern Mediterranean during this tumultuous era manifested in universal patterns of devastation across varied landscapes and diverse terrains. Coastal settlements, in particular, proved exceedingly susceptible to aggression, with clear archaeological indications of seaborne assaults discovered at numerous points throughout the Aegean Islands, along the littoral of Anatolia, and across the Levantine seaboard. Nevertheless, even communities situated inland experienced profound destruction, a telling sign that the aggressors possessed a formidable dual capacity for both naval and land-based military operations. Throughout these beleaguered territories, archaeological sites frequently reveal evidence of hurried interments and concealed caches of valuables. These hoards, often tucked away in clandestine spots, suggest that their proprietors fully intended to reclaim them once the immediate peril had subsided. Typically, these hidden stashes comprised bronze armaments and implements, precious metal artifacts, and occasionally raw materials like copper ingots or silver bars. The extensive distribution of these hoards and the remarkable consistency in their contents strongly imply that disparate communities across the region confronted analogous threats and, consequently, adopted remarkably similar defensive strategies in response. A profound disruption of established administrative frameworks became glaringly apparent through the abrupt termination of written documentation at sites scattered across all affected zones. For instance, the invaluable linear B tablets, meticulously cataloging economic and administrative affairs at various Greek locations, cease around 1200 BC, while cuneiform archives from significant Anatolian and Levantine urban centers exhibit similarly sudden and definitive cessation dates. This catastrophic obliteration of literacy carried momentous repercussions for the intergenerational transmission of scholarly insights. The continuity of intricate administrative protocols and the preservation of rich cultural traditions that had painstakingly evolved over many centuries of the Bronze Age civilization. Previously vast and intricate trade networks, which had woven together communities spanning thousands of kilometers, unraveled with astonishing speed following the systematic destruction of key commercial and political hubs. Archaeological investigations unequivocally demonstrate a precipitous decline in the circulation of commodities that had once traversed immense distances, including, but not limited to, Cypriot copper, distinctive Aegean pottery, opulent Egyptian gold objects, and intricately carved Mesopotamian cylinder seals. This precipitous commercial collapse compelled surviving communities to revert to a more localized, self-sufficient existence, inadvertently triggering a regression in technological advancement within areas that had previously thrived on highly specialized production and extensive long-distance mercantile exchange. The fundamental breakdown of centralized systems of authority precipitated a severe fragmentation of once unified territories, splintering them into myriad isolated and often vulnerable communities. In the Greek sphere, the sophisticated and integrated Mycenaean palace states dissolved, giving way to a proliferation of small, autonomous settlements, each exercising only limited territorial jurisdiction. Archaeological findings graphically illustrate a dramatic contraction in the size of inhabited areas, with post-destruction settlements typically occupying merely a fraction of the expansive footprints of their Bronze Age predecessors. Concurrently, population levels plummeted catastrophically across the entirety of the affected regions, with demographic projections indicating reductions of 75% or even greater in many localities. This demographic catastrophe was the grim outcome of a confluence of factors: the direct casualties of incessant warfare, widespread outbreaks of disease, crippling famines, and extensive forced migrations as entire communities abandoned their ancestral lands in a desperate quest for safety and sustenance. The process of demographic recovery proved agonizingly slow, often requiring several centuries in most areas, with some regions remaining sparsely populated well into the subsequent Iron Age. Furthermore, technological regression accompanied the systemic failure of specialized craft production networks. Bronze working, an art form that had achieved unparalleled levels of sophistication and mastery during the late Bronze Age, experienced a dramatic downturn as the vital trade routes for raw materials disintegrated and invaluable specialized knowledge was irrevocably lost. Iron, a nascent metal technology beginning to emerge during this turbulent period, initially yielded objects of markedly inferior quality when compared to the highly refined bronze artifacts it gradually and imperfectly supplanted. The telltale destruction layers unearthed at archaeological sites throughout the eastern Mediterranean basin present a remarkably consistent body of evidence pertaining to both the nature and the precise chronology of this cataclysm. The analysis of pottery styles, meticulous radiocarbon dating, and careful examination of stratigraphic relationships collectively converge on a single conclusion. A synchronized collapse occurred within a compressed time frame of approximately 50 years. This striking temporal concentration strongly suggests that the destructive forces responsible for this widespread devastation possessed not only sophisticated organizational capabilities, but also the requisite military resources to execute coordinated campaigns across vast geographical expanses and through a multitude of diverse political territories. The profound state of anarchy and upheaval that had engulfed the eastern Mediterranean during the latter half of the 13th century BC ultimately reached the venerable shores of Egypt during the 5th regal year of Pharaoh Merneptah. It was then that an immense confederation of Libyan tribes, bolstered by an array of foreign warriors, unleashed an unprecedented and devastating assault upon the fertile Nile Delta. This formidable invasion stands as the first comprehensively documented large-scale confrontation between the enduring civilization of Egypt and the diverse peoples who would, in due course, become collectively identified as the enigmatic Sea Peoples, thereby establishing patterns of conflict that would indelibly shape Egyptian foreign policy for the ensuing century. The formidable new threat materialized from the expansive western desert, where the sagacious Libyan chieftain Merir had meticulously forged a confederation. This alliance ingeniously fused the traditional martial prowess of North African pastoral warriors with the fearsome sea-borne raiding capabilities of peoples originating from the rapidly disintegrating civilizations of the Aegean and Anatolian worlds. Merneptah had ascended to the throne as an elderly sovereign, having diligently served as crown prince under the illustrious reign of his father, Rameses II, for several decades before finally assuming the mantle of power. His reign commenced amidst an apparent period of relative tranquility, with Egypt's extensive borders seemingly secure and the empire's intricate administrative machinery operating with commendable efficiency, a legacy of the territorial consolidations masterfully achieved during the preceding century. The newly crowned pharaoh inherited a formidable military establishment that had undergone significant reorganization and re-equipment during the twilight years of Rameses II's lengthy reign, meticulously incorporating crucial lessons gleaned from protracted conflicts with the powerful Hittites and various other Asiatic polities. However, nothing within Egypt's extensive prior military experience or strategic doctrine had adequately prepared the venerable kingdom for the sheer scale, unprecedented nature, and novel tactical challenges posed by the threat that was now inexorably emerging from its western approaches. The formidable Libyan confederation that dared to challenge Egyptian hegemony represented a fundamental and alarming departure from the long-established patterns of desert warfare. Previous engagements with Libyan tribal groups had typically involved relatively small-scale raiding parties, whose objectives were generally limited to seizing livestock, capturing individuals, or securing temporary access to the vital resources of the Nile Valley during periods of severe drought. These intermittent encounters, while occasionally necessitating substantial military responses, had generally been effectively contained within the predictable frameworks of established frontier defense protocols and diplomatic negotiations. The formidable coalition painstakingly assembled by Morier, however, possessed both the sheer numerical superiority and the sophisticated organizational structure necessary to imperil Egypt's territorial integrity in a manner unseen since the chaotic Second Intermediate Period. Archaeological investigations conducted at various sites along Egypt's western frontier reveal extensive and meticulously planned preparations for the impending conflict. Fortress installations at strategic locations, such as Zawiyet el Rakam, originally constructed during the reign of Ramesses II, were substantially reinforced and expanded during Merneptah's early years on the throne. These impressive defensive works incorporated cutting-edge military engineering techniques, including ingeniously designed overlapping fields of fire from elevated archer positions, complex multiple gate systems specifically engineered to funnel attacking forces into lethal killing zones, and capacious underground storage facilities capable of sustaining large garrisons during protracted sieges. The sheer monumental scale of these fortifications unequivocally indicates that Egyptian military strategists anticipated threats far more grave and extensive than mere traditional Libyan raids. The heterogeneous composition of Morier's coalition served as a stark revelation of the deeply interconnected nature of the escalating crisis that was simultaneously engulfing the entire eastern Mediterranean world. Alongside the traditional Libyan tribal contingents, notably from the Meshwesh and other Western peoples, the Confederation incorporated substantial numbers of foreign warriors. These foreign fighters bore distinctive equipment and employed unique fighting techniques that unmistakably marked them as originating from the collapsing civilizations of the Aegean and Anatolian regions. Egyptian artistic depictions of these foreign contingents provide invaluable, detailed visual evidence of their appearance, the weaponry they wielded, and their tactical organization, thereby offering crucial insights into the profound population movements that were fundamentally reshaping the ancient world. The monumental Merneptah stele, originally discovered at the ancient site of Thebes and presently housed with distinction in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, furnishes the most comprehensive contemporary narrative of this pivotal conflict and its diverse participants. This imposing granite monument, towering over 3 meters in height and intricately covered with elaborate hieroglyphic inscriptions, vividly recounts the details of the invasion and Egypt's subsequent triumphant response. Its language skillfully blends traditional pharaonic boasting with surprisingly specific factual details concerning the enemy forces and the precise unfolding of the military campaign. Crucially, the stele explicitly identifies specific foreign groups within the invading coalition, thereby providing the first unequivocal documentary evidence for peoples who would continue to challenge and confront Egyptian authority for generations to come. According to the detailed account preserved on the stele, the expansive Libyan coalition included formidable contingents of Ekwesh warriors. These fighters are meticulously described as being equipped with distinctive bronze swords and sturdy round shields, engaging in close-quarters combat within tightly organized formations. Furthermore, these Ekwesh combatants are depicted wearing unique kilts and wielding weaponry that markedly diverges from traditional Egyptian or Libyan armaments. Their tactical deployment, as vividly described in Egyptian battle narratives, involved coordinated charges specifically designed to shatter enemy formations through sheer shock action, a sophisticated military technique that strongly suggests the adoption of martial traditions derived from the advanced warfare practices prevalent in the Aegean or Anatolian regions. Conversely, the Teresh contingent, integrated within Murayer's formidable forces, presented a distinctly different set of challenges for the seasoned Egyptian defenders. These particular warriors are characterized as exceptionally skilled archers and agile skirmishers who expertly employed elusive hit-and-run tactics. Their primary objective was to rapidly disrupt and disorganize Egyptian formations before swiftly melting away into advantageous, difficult terrain. Their specialized equipment included advanced composite bows of superior design, bronze-tipped arrows for enhanced penetration, and a lightweight armor that prioritized mobility and agility over heavy, cumbersome protection. Egyptian military records unequivocally indicate that effectively countering the fluid Teresh tactics necessitated significant modifications to traditional Egyptian battlefield procedures, including the strategic deployment of specialized light infantry units and the innovative development of novel pursuit techniques tailored to their elusive movements. The Luka warriors, a formidable group already known to the Egyptian military through prior engagements in the Anatolian territories under preceding pharaohs, constituted another vital element within the formidable coalition. These seasoned combatants contributed invaluable proficiencies in the intricate arts of siege warfare and the rigorous demands of mountain combat, skills that proved especially crucial during the subsequent stages of the military campaign. Ancient Egyptian artistic depictions, specifically reliefs, vividly portray Luka detachments furnished with an array of sophisticated implements, such as robust scaling ladders, formidable siege hooks, and various other highly specialized gear meticulously engineered for the purpose of assaulting and overcoming entrenched, fortified strongholds. Their strategic incorporation into Murayer's composite forces thus bestowed upon the invading coalition a distinctive set of operational capabilities, particularly in structural assault, which had been conspicuously absent in the conventional methods of Libyan military engagements. The Shurden, a people whose presence in Egyptian historical annals fluctuated between formidable adversaries and dependable confederates across various past reigns, brought to the coalition an indispensable wealth of naval expertise and formidable amphibious assault capacities. These skilled warriors commanded profound knowledge in advanced shipbuilding methodologies and honed maritime combat tactics, thereby empowering the coalition to seamlessly orchestrate synchronized land-based offensives with sophisticated seaborne operations along the vulnerable Delta coastline. Ancient Egyptian naval chronicles meticulously document encounters with Shurden ships, often characterized by their sturdy construction, featuring formidable bronze-reinforced rams designed for devastating impact, and manned by intrepid warriors exceptionally proficient in aggressive boarding actions and swift, effective coastal raiding techniques, underscoring their mastery of naval warfare. Completing the diverse international composition of Murayer's formidable coalition were the Shekelesh contingents, who introduced to the alliance their profound metallurgical expertise and highly advanced weapon manufacturing capabilities. Post-campaign archaeological investigations have unearthed compelling evidence, including numerous bronze weapons and various utilitarian tools, all bearing unmistakable technological signatures unequivocally attributable to distinctive Shekelesh production techniques. These invaluable artifacts provide clear testimony to their sophisticated practices in alloying different metals and their precise heat treatment methods, which collectively yielded weaponry demonstrably superior in numerous critical aspects when compared against the more conventional bronze craftsmanship prevalent in ancient Egypt. The concerted advance of the coalition forces towards the fertile Nile Delta commenced precisely during the flooding season of Merneptah's 5th year of rule, a period when Egypt traditionally benefited from the annual inundation, which conferred significant natural defensive advantages. Yet, Merair's invading armies exhibited an astonishingly sophisticated comprehension of Egypt's cyclical seasonal rhythms, meticulously timing their incursion to coincide with those specific periods when the expansive floodwaters would severely impede and restrict the mobility of Egyptian forces, concurrently opening up previously inaccessible alternative routes through terrain typically deemed impassable. This remarkably precise and strategic timing strongly indicates that the coalition had acquired exceptionally detailed intelligence pertaining to Egypt's established defensive configurations and their inherent seasonal vulnerabilities, suggesting a well-orchestrated espionage effort. The vanguard of the coalition's formidable advance was initially detected by diligent Egyptian frontier scouts operating near the remote oasis of Siwa, where the leading elements of the invading force had already meticulously established provisional supply bases and undertaken extensive reconnaissance operations. These preliminary encounters immediately unveiled the truly unprecedented magnitude of the impending threat, with conservative estimates placing the coalition's aggregate military strength at an overwhelming figure of more than 20,000 seasoned warriors. Furthermore, these combatants were accompanied by substantial contingents of non-combatants, encompassing entire families, vast herds of livestock, and extensive baggage trains laden with provisions. The undeniable presence of women, young children, and a plethora of household goods emphatically underscored that this was far from a mere predatory raiding expedition. Rather, it represented a genuine, large-scale migration, explicitly seeking permanent settlement and annexation within the fertile confines of Egyptian territory. Pharaoh Merneptah's decisive response to this burgeoning crisis vividly illustrated both the inherent strengths and the discernible limitations characteristic of New Kingdom military organization. The sovereign promptly issued directives for the comprehensive mobilization of Egypt's formidable professional military forces. This vast assembly included elite chariot squadrons dispatched from the venerable cities of Memphis and Thebes, robust infantry divisions meticulously recruited from both Upper and Lower Egypt, and diverse auxiliary units drawn from loyal Nubian and other allied populations. This monumental mobilization effort, however, necessitated several arduous months for its full completion, a critical period during which the invading coalition relentlessly pressed its advance towards the vulnerable western approaches of the Delta. The formidable Egyptian military apparatus that ultimately coalesced to confront this existential threat truly epitomized the pinnacle of centuries of sustained military development and meticulous organizational refinement. The highly specialized chariot forces constituted the preeminent and most potent striking arm of the Egyptian military, employing vehicles meticulously fabricated within the royal workshops, utilizing only the most exquisite and superior materials accessible. Each individual chariot was expertly manned by a dedicated crew of 2, a skilled driver, whose primary responsibility encompassed precise vehicle control and agile tactical maneuvering across the battlefield, and a formidable warrior, comprehensively armed with a potent composite bow, an ample supply of bronze-tipped arrows, and supplementary close combat weapons for immediate engagements. The chariots themselves were engineering marvels, distinguished by their remarkably lightweight wooden frames, ingeniously reinforced with gleaming bronze fittings and fitted with intricately spoked wheels specifically engineered for exceptional speed and unparalleled maneuverability. Furthermore, strategic use of leather components provided essential flexibility, critically maintaining structural integrity even under the most strenuous combat conditions. The diverse infantry formations comprised both formidable heavy and agile light troops, meticulously organized into cohesive divisions, each theoretically designed to encompass 5,000 fighting men. However, the actual operational strengths frequently fluctuated significantly, contingent upon the efficacy of recruitment efforts and the specific exigencies of any given campaign. The heavy infantry, the backbone of the ground forces, were equipped with formidable bronze-tipped spears, substantial rectangular shields expertly fashioned from durable wood and reinforced leather, and adorned in protective bronze-scale armor that offered robust defense without unduly compromising their essential battlefield mobility. Conversely, the light infantry fulfilled crucial roles as swift skirmishers and proficient archers, armed primarily with powerful composite bows, sharp bronze daggers, and wearing only minimal armor, a deliberate design choice that prioritized unencumbered speed and tactical flexibility above heavy defensive capability. The pivotal and decisive confrontation ultimately transpired within the Western Delta region, in close proximity to the locale of modern Comar, where the natural geographical features of the landscape strategically funneled the coalition's relentless advance into terrain exceptionally advantageous for Egyptian tactical deployment. Pharaoh Merneptah's forces had judiciously established formidable defensive positions, expertly leveraging existing natural obstacles to their benefit, while simultaneously ensuring optimal fields of fire for their potent archer units and unimpeded clear approaches for devastating chariot charges. The strategic location of this monumental battle, situated approximately 150 kilometers from the venerable city of Memphis, starkly underscored the coalition's alarming success in penetrating deeply into the heart of Egyptian territory, before finally encountering any substantial, organized resistance. Official Egyptian battle accounts meticulously detail a protracted multi-day engagement that commenced with intense skirmishing between the respective advance elements, gradually escalating into a full-scale general confrontation involving the entire formidable strength of both opposing forces. The coalition's initial, aggressive attacks were strategically concentrated on neutralizing Egypt's elite chariot squadrons, endeavoring to negate what was considered Egypt's paramount tactical advantage through a relentless barrage of concentrated missile fire combined with coordinated, massed infantry assaults. Nevertheless, the inherent Egyptian tactical flexibility and their demonstrably superior coordination ultimately proved triumphant, as their formidable chariot forces executed brilliant flanking maneuvers that effectively fractured and disrupted the cohesion of the coalition formations, thereby forging critical openings for subsequent infantry advances. The pivotal turning point of the entire battle arrived when the Egyptian forces masterfully succeeded in isolating Murayer's crucial command group from the vast expanse of the main coalition forces. Egyptian chariots, operating with unparalleled precision in highly coordinated squadrons, boldly pierced deep into the enemy's lines, managing to either capture or eliminate key leadership figures, a devastating blow that tragically included prominent members of Murayer's immediate family. This decisive tactical triumph immediately sowed profound confusion and disarray throughout the coalition ranks, simultaneously empowering the Egyptian infantry to ruthlessly exploit the newly created vulnerabilities and gaps within the enemy formations. The subsequent and inevitable collapse of centralized command irrevocably led to the rapid disintegration of the coalition's collective cohesion, prompting individual contingents to desperately attempt independent withdrawals rather than sustaining any semblance of coordinated resistance. The official Egyptian casualty figures, as meticulously documented in royal accounts, asserted remarkably minimal losses for their own forces when juxtaposed against the catastrophic devastation inflicted upon the coalition armies. While these reported numbers undeniably served the propaganda objectives inherent in royal inscriptions, rather than representing precise battlefield statistics, extensive archaeological evidence recovered directly from the battle site robustly substantiates the overarching conclusion that Egyptian forces indeed secured a resounding and decisive victory. The multitude of weapons and diverse equipment found strewn across the blood-soaked battlefield included countless examples of distinctly foreign manufacture, unequivocally corroborating the heterogeneous composition of Murayer's wide-ranging coalition and underscoring the truly international scope of this monumental conflict. The immediate aftermath of the titanic battle starkly revealed the true, audacious scale of the coalition's territorial ambitions and unmistakably demonstrated the utter thoroughness of Egypt's hard-won victory. Egyptian forces successfully captured an astonishing tally of over 9,000 prisoners, a significant portion of whom comprised women and children, thereby providing irrefutable evidence that entire communities, not merely warriors, had actively participated in this desperate migration attempt. Furthermore, vast herds of livestock, numbering in the tens of thousands, were seized, alongside a treasure trove of bronze weapons, various tools, and other essential equipment, all of which furnished invaluable intelligence regarding the coalition's diverse origins and their collective military capabilities. The subsequent treatment of the captured prisoners following the decisive engagement served as a compelling testament to both Egyptian administrative efficiency and their astute strategic foresight concerning future national security requirements. Instead of resorting to the customary practices of executing vanquished warriors or consigning them to the brutal fate of slavery, Merneptah's enlightened government made the pragmatic decision to integrate a substantial number of them directly into Egyptian military service. This was particularly true for those individuals who possessed highly specialized proficiencies in critical areas such as metallurgy, advanced shipbuilding, or the intricate art of siege warfare. This sagacious policy unequivocally reflected a dual commitment to practical resource management and an insightful recognition that the unique specialized skills inherent in these foreign warriors could significantly augment and enhance existing Egyptian military capabilities. The immediate and profound consequences of this pivotal victory reverberated far beyond the confines of the battlefield itself. Egyptian dominion over the crucial Western Delta region was emphatically and unequivocally re-established, further solidified by the swift construction of robust new fortress installations strategically positioned at vital choke points, specifically designed to thwart any prospective future incursions by similar coalitions. The meticulously gathered captured equipment and the interrogations of prisoners yielded invaluable intelligence regarding prevailing conditions within the tumultuous Aegean and Anatolian regions, thereby empowering Egyptian strategic planners to formulate a more comprehensive and nuanced understanding of the broader, unfolding crisis that was profoundly impacting the entire Eastern Mediterranean world. Beyond the military and territorial gains, Pharaoh Merneptah's resounding triumph also generated significant and far-reaching diplomatic ramifications across the entire region. Egyptian prestige, which had regrettably diminished during the twilight years of Ramesses II's lengthy reign, due to a confluence of economic difficulties and persistent administrative challenges, was dramatically and unequivocally rehabilitated by the decisive and crushing defeat of such an imposing and formidable coalition. Consequently, crucial tributary relationships with various Asiatic peoples were promptly renewed on terms exceptionally advantageous to Egypt, while any potential adversaries scattered throughout the wider region were compelled to critically reassess and recalculate their estimations of Egypt's formidable and resurgent military capabilities. The meticulous cataloging of distinct foreign contingents within Merair's expansive confederation furnished Egyptian intelligence agencies with profoundly significant insights into the vast demographic shifts reshaping the ancient world. The undeniable presence of Aegean and Anatolian populations in such considerable multitudes unequivocally affirmed that the catastrophic collapse of various Bronze Age civilizations was precipitating immense waves of displaced persons, actively seeking new territories for permanent settlement. This critically acquired intelligence would subsequently prove to be an invaluable asset during successive confrontations with analogous groups throughout the extensive reign of Merneptah and into the eras that followed. The profound strategic and tactical lessons gleaned from Merneptah's intense engagements with the formidable Libyan coalition and their diverse foreign confederates would ultimately prove to be indispensable for his successor, Ramesses III, who ascended to the pharaonic throne approximately in 1186 BC, destined to confront an even more daunting and multifaceted challenge. The newly enthroned pharaoh inherited an Egypt that had, with remarkable resilience, successfully weathered the initial tempest of population movements emanating from the disintegrating Bronze Age world. However, this period of relative calm proved to be merely a fleeting reprieve. During the 5th and 8th years of Ramesses III's illustrious reign, a series of meticulously coordinated assaults launched by powerful Sea Peoples coalitions would rigorously test the unparalleled capabilities of the Egyptian military to their absolute breaking point, culminating in monumental naval engagements that are historically recognized as the largest and most intricately sophisticated maritime battles ever witnessed in the annals of the ancient world. Ramesses III's momentous accession to power transpired during a deceptive interlude of apparent stability, which subtly concealed the relentless underlying deterioration of conditions across the entire eastern Mediterranean basin. Egyptian intelligence networks, having been significantly augmented and refined in the wake of Merneptah's decisive victories, furnished meticulously detailed reports chronicling the pervasive destruction unfolding across Anatolia, the Levant, and the Aegean islands. The systemic and widespread collapse of vital urban centers, intricate trade networks, and established political authorities within these crucial regions generated colossal population displacements, a phenomenon that astute Egyptian strategic planners presciently recognized would inevitably exert a profound and unavoidable impact upon the fertile Nile Valley. In stark contrast to his distinguished predecessor, who predominantly contended with land-based threats emanating from the vast western desert, Ramesses III would be compelled to confront adversaries possessing exceptionally advanced naval capabilities and a wealth of maritime combat experience, painstakingly acquired through many decades of relentless seaborne raiding and aggressive conquest. The formidable Sea Peoples coalition that coalesced and emerged during Ramesses III's reign represented a fundamental and alarming evolution from the disparate forces previously encountered by Merneptah. Whereas earlier groups had largely functioned as auxiliary contingents operating within the broader framework of Libyan tribal confederations, the nascent and far more menacing threat consisted of highly organized maritime powers, demonstrably capable of independent strategic action executed across immense geographical distances. These formidable peoples commanded sophisticated shipbuilding technology, possessed advanced metallurgical skills, and adhered to deeply ingrained military traditions that masterfully integrated elements from the shattered civilizations of the Bronze Age world with innovative techniques painstakingly developed during their prolonged years of arduous displacement and incessant conflict. Among this new coalition, the Peliset emerged as the most prominent and militarily formidable contingent. Extensive archaeological evidence unearthed from their eventual settlement areas within the southern Levant conclusively reveals a people possessing advanced urban planning knowledge, highly sophisticated pottery-making techniques, and metallurgical skills that enabled the production of weapons and tools demonstrably superior to many contemporary examples. Their intricate military organization expertly incorporated elements of both Aegean and Anatolian warfare traditions, notably including the pioneering use of iron weapons, which bestowed upon them significant tactical advantages over opponents who still predominantly relied on bronze equipment. Peliset warriors, as vividly depicted in the intricate Egyptian battle reliefs adorning the walls of Medinet Habu, donned distinctive feathered headdresses that became their most immediately recognizable identifying feature. These elaborate and striking constructions, seemingly crafted from ostrich plumes, meticulously arranged in radiating patterns, served both significant ceremonial and practical purposes. They visually augmented the stature of individual warriors, making them appear larger and more intimidating, while simultaneously providing clear unit identification during complex and dynamic battlefield maneuvers. Their protective body armor consisted of robust bronze scale corselets, meticulously worn over linen tunics, complemented by bronze greaves that provided essential protection for their lower legs during the brutal exigencies of close combat operations. The diverse weaponry employed by Peliset forces unequivocally demonstrated a level of technological sophistication that powerfully reflected their origins in the advanced Bronze Age civilizations of the Aegean and Anatolia. Their primary armaments included long bronze swords, expertly designed for both thrusting and slashing attacks, formidable bronze-tipped spears equipped with reinforced wooden shafts, and sturdy round shields meticulously constructed from bronze-reinforced leather stretched tautly over durable wooden frames. Archaeological examples of Peliset weapons vividly illustrate advanced metallurgical techniques, including the intricate art of pattern welding, differential hardening processes, and decorative inlays that seamlessly combined exceptional functional effectiveness with artistic excellence. Peliset naval capabilities perhaps represented their most significant and decisive military asset. Their powerful ships, meticulously reconstructed from detailed Egyptian artistic depictions and archaeological remains recovered from later settlement sites, featured advanced design elements that facilitated extensive long-distance voyaging and highly effective combat operations. These formidable vessels typically measured an impressive 20 to 25 meters in length, characterized by high prows and sterns elegantly adorned with distinctive bird-head ornaments that served both profound religious and practical identification purposes. The meticulous construction of these ships utilized sophisticated joinery techniques that created flexible yet exceptionally durable hulls, perfectly capable of withstanding the immense stresses of open ocean navigation and aggressive combat maneuvering. The Chequer contingent, a crucial element within the formidable Sea Peoples coalition, contributed specialized expertise in the demanding disciplines of siege warfare and sophisticated fortification techniques. Ancient Egyptian records describe Chequer warriors as being particularly adept at conducting relentless assault operations against heavily defended positions, employing an array of scaling equipment, formidable siege towers, and insidious undermining techniques that unequivocally reflected their extensive and profound experience in urban warfare. Their formidable equipment included bronze-reinforced leather armor, which provided robust protection while judiciously maintaining the essential mobility necessary for successful assault operations, alongside specialized tools meticulously designed for breaching formidable walls and gates. Chequer military organization placed a strong emphasis on highly effective small unit tactics and independent operations, a strategy that enabled them to function with remarkable efficacy across diverse terrain and in varied tactical situations. Their skilled warriors operated in compact groups of 10 to 20 men, led by experienced leaders who possessed the critical authority to adapt tactics based on rapidly evolving local conditions without requiring cumbersome approval from higher command levels. This inherent organizational flexibility proved particularly invaluable during complex amphibious operations, where rapid and decisive adaptation to swiftly changing circumstances frequently determined the ultimate success or catastrophic failure of their endeavors. The Danaan brought to the coalition an advanced and critical knowledge of metallurgy and weapon manufacturing that profoundly enhanced the overall military capabilities of the Sea Peoples forces. Archaeological evidence from sites definitively associated with Danaan settlement reveals sophisticated bronze work facilities, demonstrably capable of producing weapons and tools in quantities sufficient to equip vast military formations. Their advanced metallurgical techniques included sophisticated alloying practices that consistently produced bronze with superior hardness and durability compared to many contemporary examples. Danaan warriors specialized in devastating missile warfare, expertly employing composite bows of advanced design that possessed the formidable capability to penetrate bronze armor at impressive ranges exceeding 200 meters. The arrows they utilized featured bronze points with specialized designs tailored for different tactical applications, including bodkin points for superior armor penetration, broadheads for maximum tissue damage, and devastating fire arrows for attacking wooden structures and enemy ships. The unparalleled accuracy and extended range of Danaan archery units provided the coalition with significant and often decisive tactical advantages during both intense land and crucial naval engagements. The Weshesh contingents significantly contributed expertise in the critical domains of amphibious warfare and coastal raiding operations, which proved absolutely crucial during the coalition's determined assault on the strategically vital Nile Delta. These warriors possessed detailed and intimate knowledge of tidal patterns, intricate coastal geography, and specialized beach assault techniques that enabled meticulously coordinated attacks, seamlessly combining powerful naval and land forces. Their specialized ships featured shallow drafts and reinforced construction, attributes that allowed them to operate with exceptional effectiveness in coastal waters and treacherous river mouths where larger, deeper draft vessels could not safely navigate. Weshesh military equipment prioritized mobility and versatility, with warriors typically carrying lighter armor and weapons specifically designed for rapid deployment and flexible tactical employment. Their primary weapons included bronze-tipped javelins, expertly designed for both thrown and thrusting attacks, curved swords optimized for brutal close combat, and small, maneuverable round shields that provided essential protection while maintaining maximum mobility. This specific equipment configuration enabled Weshesh units to function with remarkable effectiveness as both formidable naval boarding parties and agile light infantry during critical land operations. The Sherdun, already intimately familiar to Egyptian forces from their prior participation in Merneptah's formidable coalition, reappeared as a far more organized and militarily sophisticated force during the pivotal reign of Ramesses III. Their continued and persistent presence in Sea Peoples coalitions powerfully demonstrated the enduring nature of the vast population movements profoundly affecting the Eastern Mediterranean, and underscored the remarkable evolution of these groups' military capabilities over a significant span of time. Sherdun warriors had evidently learned invaluable lessons from their earlier defeats, judiciously adopting new equipment and refining their tactics, all of which powerfully reflected their accumulated and hard-won combat experience. The maritime contingents of the Sherdun nation excelled in predatory maritime incursions and strategic encirclement maneuvers, specifically aimed at severing Egypt's vital arteries of provision and commercial exchange. Their formidable ships boasted robust structural integrity and formidable bronze-clad prows, which enabled them to execute devastating assaults upon both mercantile fleets and military transport craft. This calculated campaign of economic attrition, executed by Sherdun detachments, served as a crucial adjunct to the frontal assaults and land-based maneuvers undertaken by their Confederate allies, effectively crippling Egyptian logistical networks and significantly diminishing the Pharaonic realm's capacity to uphold protracted martial endeavors. The Confederation's overarching tactical blueprint, meticulously implemented during the 5th year of Ramesses III's reign, unequivocally showcased an unparalleled level of intricate foresight and synchronized execution, far surpassing any strategic acumen hitherto confronted by the formidable Egyptian military apparatus. Instead of committing to a singular, overwhelming offensive strike, the enigmatic Sea Peoples deployed a multifaceted and geographically dispersed tactical scheme, which simultaneously imperiled Egyptian strongholds along the sun-drenched Mediterranean littoral, within the fertile expanse of the Nile Delta, and across the kingdom's vulnerable Asiatic borders. Such a meticulously orchestrated offensive severely strained Egypt's already considerable defensive assets and crucially precluded the consolidation of military might that had previously paved the way for Merneptah's decisive triumphs. The inaugural stage of this extensive military endeavor commenced with a series of audacious seaborne incursions directed squarely at Egypt's vital littoral infrastructure and bustling commercial hubs. These swift and devastating assaults, executed by the formidable combined naval contingents of the Peliset and Weshesh, specifically aimed at crippling the kingdom's essential port complexes, extensive storage depots, and crucial shipbuilding yards, all of which underpinned Egypt's flourishing maritime trade and its formidable naval prowess. A hallmark of these predatory expeditions was their remarkable accuracy and synchronized execution, as the invaders clearly evinced a profound understanding of Egypt's literal fortifications and an intimate familiarity with the precise whereabouts of its most coveted assets. The stalwart Egyptian coastal strongholds, erected predominantly to repel conventional terrestrial aggressions, demonstrated a distinct and alarming inadequacy when confronted by the innovative seaborne assault strategies meticulously deployed by the forces of the Sea Peoples. Those very bastions, which had so effectively repelled the sporadic incursions of Libyan marauders, were critically deficient in the requisite naval auxiliary forces and specialized armaments essential for effectively countering sophisticated amphibious landings. Even the strategically positioned coastal watchtowers, meticulously erected to furnish advanced intelligence regarding impending hostile fleets, discovered their operational efficacy severely curtailed by the sheer velocity and agile maneuverability intrinsic to the Sea People's maritime contingents. The inexorable southward progression of the Sea Peoples towards the verdant expanse of the Nile Delta constituted, without question, the most pivotal juncture of the entire military campaign, for a successful penetration would invariably grant them unhindered access to Egypt's bountiful agricultural core and its crucial administrative nerve centers. Dispatches of vital intelligence reaching the pharaoh Ramesses III painted a dire picture. A colossal Confederate army was observed sweeping relentlessly southward along the Levantine littoral, systematically annihilating or subjugating Egyptian client states and allied principalities in its wake. The astonishing rapidity of this landward thrust, coupled with concurrent reports detailing widespread naval operations across the eastern Mediterranean, strongly suggested a level of strategic coordination and organizational complexity that far surpassed all prior Egyptian assessments of the Sea People's capabilities. Pharaoh Ramesses III's countermeasure to this unparalleled existential peril necessitated the full-scale mobilization of Egypt's comprehensive military apparatus, concurrently with the urgent development of novel tactical methodologies meticulously engineered to neutralize the distinctive strengths of the Sea Peoples. The sagacious monarch commanded the immediate fabrication of bespoke naval craft, specifically designed and outfitted for intense combat engagements within the constricted waterways of the Nile Delta, a theater where conventional Egyptian riverine vessels would undoubtedly prove utterly insufficient against the Sea People's purpose-engineered warships. These innovative aquatic conveyances boasted robust structural integrity, formidable bronze-clad prows for ramming, and strategically elevated fighting platforms, thereby empowering Egyptian combatants to confront the Sea People's formidable ships on a more equitable footing. The monumental naval confrontation, destined to irrevocably shape the trajectory of the entire campaign, unfolded within the eastern sector of the Nile Delta, specifically along the Pelusiac branch of the Nile, a crucial artery that offered the Sea People's forces a perilous ingress into Egypt's heartland, yet simultaneously severely circumscribed their tactical maneuverability within its comparatively narrow channels. The astute Egyptian strategic architects astutely discerned that compelling the impending engagement within these restrictive aquatic confines would effectively nullify a significant portion of the tactical supremacy that the Sea People's naval contingents had so strikingly exhibited during previous open water encounters. This judicious choice of battleground unmistakably evinced a profound comprehension of advanced naval tactical doctrines and underscored Egypt's remarkable capacity for innovation in forging novel strategic paradigms. The fierce aquatic confrontation was initiated when the Sea People's formidable naval contingents, meticulously advancing in synchronized battle formations, collided with the ingeniously conceived Egyptian defensive strongholds, strategically arrayed at critical junctures along the vital waterway. The tenacious Egyptian forces had assiduously constructed a complex array of elaborate defensive fortifications, encompassing insidious underwater impediments, volatile fire ships strategically poised for release at the most opportune instances, and formidable archer emplacements meticulously positioned on both riverine banks, thereby establishing formidable overlapping fields of lethal projectile fire across the entire aquatic expanse. Such extensive preparations were the culmination of many months of assiduous planning and vividly showcased Egypt's impressive engineering prowess in adroitly repurposing conventional siege warfare methodologies for the novel demands of intense naval combat. The remarkably intricate battle reliefs, painstakingly chiseled into the enduring stone walls of Ramesses III's grand mortuary temple at Medinet Habu, stand as the most comprehensive and visually explicit chronicle of ancient naval warfare ever to have survived the ravages of time. These expansive and vividly rendered artistic portrayals graphically illustrate Egyptian and Sea People's vessels locked in ferocious close-quarters engagement, with intrepid warriors fiercely contending from elevated fighting platforms as their respective ships deftly maneuvered to secure a decisive tactical advantage. Crucially, these detailed carvings unveil precise aspects of ship design, the deployment of weaponry, and the intricacies of tactical formations, thereby furnishing invaluable insights into the sophisticated naval warfare techniques prevalent during the Bronze Age. The Egyptian maritime craft, as meticulously rendered within the Medinet Habu reliefs, exhibit a suite of distinctive design characteristics that conspicuously set them apart from their Sea People's adversaries. These pharaonic vessels are consistently depicted with a noticeably higher freeboard and more intricate superstructures, which serve to create elevated fighting platforms, ideally suited for the deployment of archers and spearmen. The fundamental design philosophy underpinning their construction unequivocally prioritized steadfast stability and robust defensive resilience, rather than prioritizing outright velocity or agile maneuverability. This strategic choice reflected a tactical doctrine meticulously crafted to leverage Egypt's inherent strengths in long-range missile engagements, while simultaneously mitigating the pronounced impact of the Sea People's acknowledged supremacy in brutal close-quarters combat methodologies. The Sea People's vessels, in stark contrast, consistently present noticeably lower profiles and a more aerodynamically efficient, streamlined construction, a design ethos that manifestly underscored their emphasis on raw speed and nimble agility. These formidable ships were characterized by prominent, often bronze-tipped rams positioned strategically at the waterline, complemented by distinctively elevated prow and stern sections frequently adorned with stylized bird head embellishments. The foundational engineering of these craft evidently aimed at optimizing them for devastating ramming maneuvers and aggressive boarding actions, incorporating a notably minimal superstructure, a deliberate design choice that would have not only significantly reduced overall weight, but also provided expansive, unimpeded deck space, crucial for the fluid movements of warriors during the intensity of combat. The diverse array of weaponry and martial accoutrements distinctly visible within the Medinet Habu battle scenes offers compelling and granular evidence regarding the advanced technological proficiencies wielded by both opposing factions. Egyptian combatants are consistently depicted skillfully wielding formidable composite bows, unleashing volleys of deadly bronze-tipped arrows, and employing elongated spears meticulously crafted for powerful thrusting attacks from their advantageous elevated positions. The entirety of their military gear clearly underscored a tactical doctrine centered on effective missile warfare and aggressive engagement from well-fortified, pre-established emplacements, thereby reflecting strategic methodologies that adeptly amplified Egypt's superior organizational command and control, whilst simultaneously curtailing their vulnerability to the Sea People's renowned prowess in brutal close-quarters engagements. The formidable warriors of the Sea Peoples, as vividly portrayed within the intricate reliefs, are consistently armed with the characteristic weaponry and distinctive accoutrements that unmistakably define their unique military heritage and martial traditions. Specifically, Peliset combatants are identifiable by their iconic feathered headdresses, robust round shields, and formidable long bronze swords, whilst other allied contingents exhibit specialized equipment meticulously tailored to their particular tactical functions within the diverse confederation. These comprehensive artistic renderings not only graphically illustrate the remarkable heterogeneity of armaments and combat methodologies employed by the various constituent groups of the Sea Peoples, but also powerfully underscore their impressive capacity for synchronized execution in intricate multi-unit military operations. The decisive tactical triumph achieved by Egyptian forces during the monumental naval engagement constituted merely a singular facet of a far more expansive and intricate historical enigma, one that has persistently perplexed and captivated scholarly inquiry for well over a century. Although the resounding victory secured by Ramesses III undeniably safeguarded Egyptian sovereignty and unequivocally showcased the kingdom's remarkable military resilience and adaptability, the precise identity and ultimate provenance of the enigmatic Sea Peoples themselves continued to elude definitive understanding, even for their contemporary chroniclers and observers. Despite the diligent efforts of Egyptian scribes who meticulously inscribed their appellations, vividly depicted their distinctive armaments and physical characteristics, and comprehensively documented their formidable military prowess, the profound and fundamental questions concerning the ultimate geographical origins of these disparate peoples and their precise relationship to established historical groups persistently fuel vigorous scholarly discourse and intensive archaeological exploration to this very day. The Peliset, widely acknowledged and indeed identified as the most militarily potent and formidable constituent element within the broader Sea Peoples Confederation, offer perhaps the most compelling and robust evidentiary basis for linking these enigmatic maritime marauders to previously documented and historically recognized populations. Extensive archaeological discoveries unearthed within their subsequent settlement territories across the southern Levant have unveiled distinctive material culture patterns that powerfully advocate for their identification with the Philistines, a people prominently featured in both biblical narratives and other venerable ancient Near Eastern textual records. Meticulous excavations conducted at pivotal sites such as Ashkelon, Ekron, and Gath have systematically brought to light rich pottery assemblages, significant architectural remnants, and unique burial customs, all of which unequivocally exhibit pronounced continuities with established Aegean traditions, concurrently displaying a remarkable degree of adaptation to the distinctive environmental and cultural milieu of the Levantine region. the ceramic evidence meticulously recovered from nascent Philistine archaeological sites furnishes especially persuasive and compelling corroboration for their ultimate Aegean genesis. A diverse array of ceramic vessels, meticulously unearthed within the 12th century BC stratigraphic contexts at Ashkelon, encompasses utilitarian cooking pots, capacious storage jars, and elegant drinking vessels, all of which unequivocally exhibit technological and stylistic attributes directly and demonstrably traceable to the late Helladic 2C3 pottery traditions originating from the Hellenic mainland and the scattered Aegean islands. Crucially, these particular vessels display distinctive tempering methodologies, characteristic surface finishing treatments, and unique decorative motifs that were utterly unprecedented within the indigenous Canaanite ceramic traditions, yet simultaneously manifest unmistakable and profound continuities with established Mycenaean pottery-making practices. The archaeological analysis of Mycenaean pottery-making practices offers compelling insights into the cultural persistence of Philistine communities. Mycenaean stirrup jars, easily recognizable by their unique false spout and basket handle design, underwent modifications, but consistently appeared at Philistine archaeological sites throughout the 12th and 11th centuries BC. While these containers were adapted to suit local functional needs and the availability of indigenous raw materials, their fundamental construction methods and inherent proportional relationships remained remarkably faithful to their Aegean prototypes. The enduring presence of these specific ceramic traditions across successive generations of settlement strongly indicates that Philistine societies steadfastly upheld cultural practices inherited from their pre-migration homelands, even as they navigated new geographical and political landscapes. Further corroborating evidence for cultural continuity and adaptation emerges from the architectural remains unearthed at Philistine settlements. The distinctive megaron-style edifices uncovered at locations such as Tel Kassil and Ekron unequivocally demonstrate an advanced understanding of Aegean construction techniques, which were entirely unparalleled in the traditional architectural styles of the Levant. These structures are characterized by specific elements, including prominent central hearths typically encircled by 4 columns, welcoming entrance porches, and precise proportional relationships that directly mirror those found within the grand Mycenaean palace complexes. The ingenious adaptation of these architectural forms to the specific conditions of the Levant, utilizing local stone and mud brick construction methods, points to communities that not only cherished the cultural memories of their origins, but also skillfully adjusted to their new environmental realities. Additional evidence regarding Aegean connections, alongside revelations of the intricate cultural transformations that unfolded during the settlement process, is provided by the burial practices meticulously documented at Philistine cemeteries. The expansive cemetery at Ashkelon, which dates to the 11th and 10th centuries BC, contains a fascinating blend of both cremation and inhumation burials, reflecting the diverse cultural traditions present within Philistine communities. Cremation burials, which were exceedingly rare in traditional Canaanite customs but widely prevalent in late Bronze Age Greece, are found alongside inhumation burials that clearly demonstrate an adaptation to local customs and prevailing environmental conditions. The grave goods recovered from Philistine burials vividly illustrate the material culture synthesis that profoundly characterized these communities. Bronze fibulae, clearly of Aegean design, are discovered alongside locally crafted pottery and intricate jewelry, while formidable iron weapons showcase technological innovations that expertly combined metallurgical knowledge drawn from multiple distinct sources. The significant presence of imported Cypriot pottery and other Mediterranean goods within these burial contexts unequivocally indicates that Philistine communities meticulously maintained robust commercial connections with their broader cultural sphere, despite their geographical displacement. The Shurden, however, present a considerably more intricate challenge regarding their identification, with proposed links to Sardinia supported by both linguistic evidence and archaeological parallels, yet complicated by significant chronological and geographical considerations. The striking similarity between the name Shurden and Sardinia has captivated scholarly attention since the 19th century, with proponents of this identification highlighting shared warrior traditions, advanced metallurgical practices, and specific material culture elements that appear in both contexts. Nevertheless, the precise relationship between the Bronze Age Sardinian populations and the Shurden, as documented in ancient Egyptian sources, remains a subject of considerable scholarly debate due to the limited archaeological evidence available and the uncertain chronological relationships. Sardinian Bronze Age culture, particularly during its prominent Nuragic period, unequivocally demonstrates highly sophisticated metallurgical capabilities and deeply ingrained warrior traditions that could plausibly be linked to the renowned military expertise of the Shurden. The island's numerous nuraghi, imposing stone tower fortifications, dating back to the 2nd millennium BC, clearly indicate the presence of communities meticulously organized for sustained warfare and robust territorial defense. These formidable structures, constructed using advanced dry stone techniques, demanded coordinated labor forces and specialized engineering knowledge, thereby strongly suggesting complex social organization and deeply entrenched military traditions. Bronze figurines unearthed from Sardinian archaeological contexts depict formidable warriors adorned with distinctive weapons and armor, exhibiting some notable similarities to Egyptian artistic representations of Shurden fighters. These meticulously crafted bronze sculptures, dating from the late 2nd and early 1st millennia BC, showcase warriors clutching round shields, sporting iconic horned helmets, and armed with formidable bronze swords and spears. While these artistic depictions chronologically post-date the documented appearances of the Shurden in Egyptian sources, they may very well reflect enduring cultural traditions that meticulously preserved memories of earlier warrior practices and their associated equipment. Metallurgical analysis performed on Sardinian bronze objects reveals highly sophisticated alloying techniques and advanced production methods that could have readily provided the technological foundation for the formidable military capabilities of the Shurden. Sardinian bronzesmiths expertly produced a wide array of weapons and tools using cutting-edge techniques, including the intricate lost wax casting, specialized pattern welding, and elaborate decorative inlaying, resulting in objects of exceptional quality and artistry. The island's rich copper deposits and its strategically advantageous position in the Western Mediterranean would have provided both essential raw materials and lucrative commercial opportunities, which could have sustained warrior communities actively engaged in maritime raiding and mercenary service. However, the considerable geographical distance separating Sardinia from the eastern Mediterranean regions, where the Shurden are meticulously documented, presents significant chronological and logistical challenges for establishing a direct and unequivocal identification. The logistical undertaking of transporting substantial warrior populations from Sardinia to the Levant would have necessitated maritime capabilities and organizational resources that may have potentially exceeded the capacities of typical Bronze Age communities. Alternative scholarly theories propose that Sheridan may have been a generic Egyptian appellation for various Western Mediterranean peoples, rather than a designation for a specific ethnic group, or that the name merely reflects a linguistic coincidence rather than a direct historical connection. The Luca, conversely, present perhaps the strongest and most compelling case for a direct identification with a known historical population, given that their name corresponds remarkably closely to ancient Lycia in southwestern Anatolia. Both Egyptian and Hittite historical sources meticulously document Luca peoples within Anatolian contexts throughout the Late Bronze Age, thereby firmly establishing their geographical origins and cultural characteristics decades prior to their notable appearance as participants in the formidable Sea Peoples coalitions. This comprehensive documentation provides an unambiguous historical trajectory that seamlessly connects the Lucas' pre-migration homeland with their later prominent roles in various maritime raiding confederations. Hittite archives, meticulously preserved at Hattusa, contain numerous detailed references to conflicts with Luca peoples during the 14th and 13th centuries BC, consistently describing them as exceptionally skilled warriors who specialized in arduous mountain warfare and strategic naval operations. These ancient documents precisely identify Luca territory as encompassing the rugged coastal and challenging highland regions of southwestern Anatolia, areas that would have naturally served as ideal training grounds for the very military skills that rendered them invaluable allies and formidable adversaries. The persistent difficulties encountered by the Hittites in effectively controlling Luca territories strongly suggest the presence of communities possessing deeply ingrained warrior traditions and highly effective resistance strategies. Archaeological evidence unearthed from Lycian sites reveals distinctive material culture patterns that are entirely consistent with the formidable military capabilities attributed to Luca peoples in contemporary historical sources. Fortified settlements scattered throughout the region exhibit clear evidence of sophisticated defensive planning and advanced construction techniques, reflecting communities meticulously organized for persistent warfare. Bronze weapons and armor recovered from Lycian archaeological contexts demonstrate profound metallurgical expertise and innovative weapon design, which would have conferred significant military advantages during the complex conflicts of the Bronze Age. Lycian rock-cut tombs and other impressive mortuary monuments reveal profound cultural traditions that placed significant emphasis on warrior identity and martial achievement. These elaborate burial installations, often intricately carved into sheer cliffsides and adorned with detailed relief sculptures, frequently depict armed warriors and intense battle scenes that celebrate military prowess and heroic achievement. The substantial investment of resources and labor required for these monumental structures indicates communities that profoundly valued warrior status and meticulously maintained cultural memories of their formidable military traditions across multiple generations. The compelling linguistic evidence linking the Luca to later populations provides additional robust support for historical continuity. Lycian inscriptions from the first millennium BC, meticulously written in an Indo-European language closely related to Hittite and other prominent Anatolian languages, carefully preserve personal names and place names that clearly demonstrate connections to earlier Luca designations documented in Bronze Age sources. This remarkable linguistic continuity strongly suggests that Lycian communities meticulously maintained cultural and ethnic identities that directly derived from their Bronze Age predecessors, despite the profound political and social disruptions characteristic of the late Bronze Age collapse. The rigorous linguistic analysis of the names associated with the Sea Peoples has spurred extensive scholarly investigation, primarily aimed at definitively determining their ethnic and geographical origins. The meticulous preservation of these names in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic transcriptions provides invaluable evidence regarding their original pronunciation and distinct linguistic characteristics. Although the inherent limitations of hieroglyphic writing systems introduce certain uncertainties in phonetic reconstruction, comprehensive comparative analysis with known Indo-European, Anatolian, and Aegean languages has yielded various proposed etymologies, which in turn suggest different plausible origins for the diverse Sea Peoples groups. The compelling question of the Sea Peoples' origins has long captivated historians and archaeologists, with Indo-European linguistic connections offering particularly strong insights into the etymology of several group names. For instance, the Denian are often linked to the Greek term Danaoi, a designation used by Homer to refer to Greeks, a connection that potentially preserves Bronze Age ethnic identities. Such an association would firmly place the Danaian within the broader narrative of population shifts across the Aegean following the dramatic collapse of the Mycenaean Civilization. Similarly, the Ekwesh have been plausibly connected to the Homeric Achaeans, another ancient Greek ethnic label, which might indicate the involvement of mainland Greek populations in the extensive movements attributed to the Sea Peoples. Conversely, Anatolian linguistic connections present alternative theories regarding the nomenclature of certain Sea Peoples groups. The Teresh, for example, exhibit a possible relationship to Taruisa, a Bronze Age name for Troy that appears in various Hittite records. This particular link would situate the Teresh within the context of population movements originating from northwestern Anatolia, especially in the wake of the destruction of Troy and other significant regional centers. In a similar vein, the Weshesh demonstrate potential ties to Anatolian place names and ethnic designations, thereby suggesting their origins might lie within the expansive sphere of Hittite influence. The scholarly discourse surrounding the Sea Peoples' political and social organization largely revolves around fundamental inquiries into their very nature as historical phenomena. A segment of academics champions the idea of unified confederations, positing that these groups maintained coordinated leadership structures and pursued strategic objectives across numerous military campaigns and vast geographical territories. This interpretation underscores the apparent synchronization of the Sea Peoples' assaults, their consistent military prowess, and their capacity to execute intricate operations demanding substantial logistical support and meticulous planning. Evidence marshaled in support of these confederation theories includes the consistent appearance of multiple Sea Peoples contingents in ancient Egyptian records, which strongly implies enduring alliances and cooperative relationships among them. The tactical sophistication displayed during their engagements with Egyptian forces further suggests the presence of command structures adept at integrating diverse military traditions and capabilities into highly effective combined operations. Moreover, the sustained nature of the Sea Peoples' activities over several decades points to an organizational continuity that would have necessitated stable leadership institutions and a shared commitment to strategic goals. Alternative interpretations, however, characterize the Sea Peoples not as unified entities, but rather as desperate refugee groups, propelled by sheer necessity rather than a shared political agenda. This perspective highlights the widespread displacement and devastation that marked the Late Bronze Age collapse, arguing that these population movements were a response to communities fleeing catastrophic events rather than an organized pursuit of conquest. The considerable diversity observed in the Sea People's material culture, military equipment, and settlement patterns lends credence to interpretations that emphasize their heterogeneous character over any notion of a unified organization. Archaeological findings from the Sea People's settlement areas reveal patterns that can support both interpretations, depending on the specific contexts and chronological periods under examination. Early phases of settlement frequently exhibit evidence of coordinated planning and resource allocation, suggesting organized leadership and shared objectives among the arriving communities. However, later periods often disclose increasing cultural divergence and localization, which indicates a gradual breakdown of broader cooperative relationships as these communities adapted to their new environments. A third perspective, known as the opportunistic raider interpretation, portrays the Sea Peoples as maritime warrior communities that adeptly exploited the breakdown of Bronze Age political systems for both economic and territorial gain. This approach emphasizes their formidable military capabilities and extensive maritime expertise, which enabled various Sea Peoples groups to conduct lucrative raiding operations while skillfully circumventing the inherent risks associated with direct territorial conquest. The remarkable flexibility and adaptability demonstrated by these communities bolster interpretations that stress their pragmatic responses to evolving circumstances, rather than any ideologically driven expansionist programs. Regional variations in the Sea People's activities and settlement patterns provide corroborating evidence for all three interpretational approaches. Some areas exhibit clear indications of coordinated military campaigns and meticulously planned settlement programs, pointing towards confederation-level organization and strategic foresight. Other regions, conversely, reveal patterns characteristic of desperate refugee settlements and defensive community formations, reflecting pressures of displacement rather than expansionist ambitions. Still, other contexts demonstrate evidence of opportunistic exploitation of local vulnerabilities and commercial prospects, indicative of a pragmatic adaptation to available circumstances. The decisive military defeats inflicted by the forces of Rameses III marked the cessation of large-scale Sea Peoples invasions, yet it did not signify their complete disappearance from the historical narrative. Instead of retreating to their enigmatic homelands or fading into obscurity, these displaced populations established permanent settlements across the eastern Mediterranean, thereby fundamentally reshaping the demographic and cultural landscape of the entire region. Among these settlement endeavors, the most successful and archaeologically prominent occurred in the southern Levant, where the Peliset transformed themselves into the Philistines. They forged a distinctive urban civilization that would exert dominance over the coastal plain for centuries. The establishment of Philistine city-states in the southern Levant stands as one of the most remarkable examples of successful cultural adaptation and political organization in the ancient world. Rather than attempting to replicate their lost Bronze Age homelands, these former Sea Peoples innovated new forms of urban organization, skillfully blending elements from their Aegean heritage with practical adaptations to the unique conditions of the Levant. Archaeological excavations at key sites such as Gaza, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Ekron, and Gath have unearthed sophisticated urban planning, which incorporated advanced drainage systems, specialized craft production zones, and robust defensive installations designed to safeguard thriving commercial centers. Gaza emerged as the northernmost of the major Philistine urban centers, strategically positioned to command crucial trade routes linking Egypt with the Levantine interior. Excavations within the city's ancient quarters have revealed substantial mud brick architecture dating back to the 12th century BC, including expansive residential complexes featuring interior courtyards, storage facilities, and dedicated workshop areas. The pottery assemblages recovered from these early strata unequivocally demonstrate the technological continuity connecting Philistine ceramic traditions to their Mycenaean predecessors, while simultaneously showcasing a rapid adaptation to local clay sources and functional requirements. The urban layout of early Gaza illustrates planning principles that diverged considerably from traditional Canaanite city organization. Streets followed more regular patterns than those typically encountered in Bronze Age Levantine settlements, with clear evidence of centralized planning that allocated specific areas for different economic activities. Metalwork installations were strategically clustered in designated quarters, where prevailing winds efficiently carried smoke away from residential zones, while pottery production facilities were concentrated near vital water sources and clay deposits. This systematic approach to urban organization strongly suggests that these communities possessed administrative experience and technical knowledge derived from their sophisticated Bronze Age urban backgrounds. Ashkelon developed into the largest and most prosperous of the Philistine city-states, with archaeological evidence indicating a sprawling settlement covering more than 60 hectares at its zenith. The city's advantageous position on the Mediterranean coast afforded direct access to lucrative maritime trade networks, while its fertile agricultural hinterland supported considerable population growth. Excavations meticulously directed by Lawrence Steger and his dedicated team have uncovered extensive remains of Philistine period occupation, including monumental architecture, industrial installations, and residential quarters, all of which vividly demonstrate the community's rapid economic development following its initial settlement. The material culture meticulously recovered from Ashkelon provides detailed insights into Philistine daily life and cultural practices during the early settlement period. Cooking pots, characterized by distinctive rim forms and surface treatments, show clear derivation from Aegean prototypes, yet they were manufactured using local clays and adapted to indigenous Levantine cooking practices. Storage jars display similar patterns of cultural continuity and adaptation, with vessel forms that maintained proportional relationships characteristic of Mycenaean pottery traditions, while incorporating functional modifications tailored to local storage requirements. Architectural remains at Ashkelon reveal sophisticated construction techniques that skillfully blended knowledge of Aegean building traditions with practical adaptations to local materials and environmental conditions. Foundation systems employed robust stone construction methods, reflecting an understanding of Mediterranean seismic conditions, while superstructures utilized mud brick techniques that provided effective insulation against the region's extreme climate. The seamless integration of these disparate technological traditions resulted in distinctive Philistine building styles that were both culturally unique and functionally well-suited to their new geographical setting. The comprehensive archaeological record from Ashdod vividly illustrates the remarkable metamorphosis of what began as a modest Bronze Age settlement into a formidable Philistine urban center throughout the 12th and 11th centuries BC, Thorough excavations conducted under the direction of Moshe Dothan unearthed a wealth of compelling evidence pertaining to Philistine occupation. This included impressive and enduring architectural remains, diverse pottery assemblages showcasing artistic and functional prowess, and sophisticated craft production facilities. Collectively, these discoveries unequivocally attest to the community's swift and substantial economic prosperity and significant demographic expansion. The city's strategically advantageous location, which afforded it control over crucial inland trade routes, was skillfully complemented by its proactive engagement in lucrative maritime commerce. This dual economic advantage generated unparalleled opportunities for wealth and expansion, thereby fostering urban development on a scale previously unseen across the entire region. The numerous pottery workshops unearthed within Ashdod furnish singularly valuable insights into the Philistines' sophisticated ceramic production techniques and their fascinating trajectory of evolution across various periods. Initial kiln structures, for instance, conspicuously displayed construction methodologies that faithfully replicated advanced Aegean pottery firing technologies. These included sophisticated updraft designs, which facilitated efficient heat circulation and precise temperature control systems, all of which were instrumental in enabling the consistent production of exceptionally high-quality ceramics. The progressive refinement and modification of these intricate installations, observed over several successive generations, eloquently reveal a dynamic process of technological adaptation. Philistine potters, through persistent innovation, progressively mastered the art of working with indigenous clay sources and, in doing so, ingeniously engineered novel vessel forms meticulously tailored to address the specific demands of the burgeoning regional markets. The distinctive Philistine religious architecture discovered at Ashdod unequivocally showcases the intricate cultural synthesis that profoundly characterized these vibrant communities. Temple installations, for example, masterfully integrated architectural and ritualistic elements derived from established Aegean religious traditions, with clever adaptations to local Levantine cult practices. This fusion resulted in the creation of unique hybrid forms specifically designed to cater to the diverse spiritual requirements of their culturally heterogeneous populations. Among the array of cult objects meticulously recovered from these sacred contexts, researchers have identified both exquisite imported items, which serve to maintain tangible links to their ancestral, pre-migration religious traditions, and skillfully crafted, locally produced pieces that distinctly manifest influences drawn from rich Canaanite iconographic traditions. Ekron, precisely identified with the extensive archaeological site of Tel Mikne, arguably stands as the most thoroughly excavated Philistine city to date. It offers an unparalleled trove of comprehensive evidence detailing the nuanced processes of urban development, the emergence of sophisticated economic specialization, and profound cultural transformations that unfolded across several centuries of continuous occupation. The meticulous excavation efforts led by Trude Dothan and Seymour Guitin brought to light vast and remarkably preserved remains of Philistine period settlement. These include well-defined residential quarters, bustling industrial areas indicating significant production, and impressive public buildings. Together, these structures meticulously document the community's intricate evolution, tracing its trajectory from its initial establishment as a settlement through its eventual seamless integration into the broader regional political systems of the ancient Near East. The remarkable olive oil production facilities unearthed at Ekron powerfully illustrate the profound economic specialization that proved instrumental in enabling Philistine communities to attain significant prosperity within their newly adopted homeland. Archaeological investigations have impressively uncovered more than 100 distinct olive oil installations, all securely dated to the 7th century BC. This astounding concentration firmly establishes Ekron as the single largest known olive oil production center throughout the entire ancient world. These sophisticated facilities employed a suite of advanced pressing technologies, which ingeniously fused time-honored Mediterranean olive processing techniques with groundbreaking innovations. This synergistic approach was specifically designed to significantly maximize both production efficiency and the overall quality of the final product, underscoring their advanced industrial capabilities. The sheer magnitude of olive oil production at Ekron unequivocally points towards extensive commercial operations that dramatically surpassed mere local consumption requirements, strongly implying the existence of elaborate and far-reaching trade networks. These networks effectively interconnected Philistine communities with burgeoning markets situated across the entire region. Furthermore, the impressive storage facilities discovered at the site possessed the capacity to safely house thousands of liters of processed oil, a testament to their industrial scale. Concurrently, standardized jar forms, widely distributed and discovered throughout the Levant, frequently bear distinctive inscriptions that proudly identify Ekron as their precise place of origin. This undeniable commercial triumph vividly exemplifies the astute economic adaptation strategies that empowered Philistine communities to undergo a profound transformation, evolving from displaced refugees into flourishing and prosperous urban populations. Gath, historically acclaimed as the largest among the Philistine city-states, according to venerable biblical sources, has been conclusively identified with the prominent archaeological site of Tel Es-Safi. Here, ongoing and diligent excavations, spearheaded by Aaron Meyer, persistently bring to light a continuous stream of compelling evidence pertaining to Philistine occupation and their multifaceted cultural development. The site's exceptionally strategic geographical position, which granted it command over vital routes traversing the fertile coastal plain and extending into the rugged Judean hills, rendered it an indispensable nexus for both extensive commercial endeavors and critical military activities. Among the significant archaeological remains unearthed are formidable and substantial fortification walls, well-organized residential quarters, and specialized craft production areas. These findings collectively serve as powerful indicators of the community's impressive military capabilities and its considerable economic prosperity. The intricate and robust fortification systems uncovered at Gath eloquently attest to a remarkably sophisticated understanding of defensive architecture, masterfully integrating elements derived from distinct military engineering traditions. Specifically, the advanced wall construction techniques employed conspicuously display influences stemming from both Aegean and Near Eastern fortification practices. This deliberate fusion resulted in the creation of exceptionally resilient defensive systems that judiciously incorporated the most efficacious components from each tradition, ensuring maximum protection. The sheer scale and complexity of these impressive installations necessitated substantial investments of both human labor and specialized technical expertise, thereby revealing communities endowed with formidable organizational capabilities and ample resources, essential for undertaking such grand-scale construction projects. Compelling archaeological evidence pertaining to Philistine material culture stretches far beyond the confines of the well-documented 5 major city-states, encompassing a multitude of smaller settlements scattered across the southern Levant. These less prominent sites collectively illuminate the expansive breadth of Philistine settlement and underscore the subtle, yet profound, gradual cultural transformation that unfolded as these communities progressively adapted to their new, unfamiliar homeland. Pottery assemblages recovered from these smaller locations exhibit remarkably similar patterns of cultural continuity and adaptive evolution to those observed in the principal urban centers. Concurrently, the architectural remains consistently demonstrate the widespread and successful adoption of hybrid building techniques, which skillfully blended established Aegean and indigenous Levantine traditions. The distinctive Mycenaean 2IIC pottery traditions serve as the most unequivocal archaeological marker, offering invaluable clues for meticulously tracing the Philistines' profound cultural origins and subsequent developmental trajectory. These unique ceramic styles, readily identifiable by their characteristic decorative motifs, specific vessel forms, and sophisticated production techniques, emerge prominently across all Philistine settlement areas throughout the 12th century BC. Over time, they underwent a gradual yet discernible evolution, transforming into localized variants that thoughtfully incorporated regional influences. The enduring persistence of particular decorative elements, notably intricate bird motifs, precise geometric patterns, and vibrant painted designs, powerfully demonstrates a robust cultural continuity that steadfastly linked Philistine communities to their rich Aegean heritage across numerous successive generations. The specific cooking pot traditions that distinctly emerged within Philistine settlements constitute yet another undeniable indicator of their enduring cultural continuity, interwoven with practical adaptation. These utilitarian vessels, readily distinguished by their characteristic rim forms, secure handle attachments, and unique surface treatments, exhibit a clear and unmistakable derivation from their Aegean prototypes. Simultaneously, they eloquently demonstrate a pragmatic adaptation to indigenous cooking practices and the readily available local raw materials. The observable evolution of these particular vessel forms across different periods unmistakably unveils the gradual and intricate cultural synthesis that came to define Philistine communities, as they skillfully integrated fundamental elements from their ancestral heritage with compelling influences absorbed from their novel environmental surroundings. Intriguingly, architectural features consistently discovered at Philistine sites further corroborate these similar patterns of cultural continuity and astute adaptation. Specifically, the hearth installations meticulously integrated into Philistine residential buildings display unequivocal connections to established Aegean domestic traditions. This kinship is evident in their characteristic central placement within living spaces and in the sophisticated construction techniques employed, which clearly reflected an inherent understanding of Mediterranean heating requirements and thermal efficiency. Nevertheless, these foundational installations underwent strategic modifications to effectively accommodate local fuel sources, such as specific types of wood or dung, and were thoughtfully adapted to utilize the building materials readily available throughout the Levant. This pragmatic approach led to the creation of distinctive hybrid forms that efficiently served pressing practical needs while simultaneously preserving profound cultural connections to their ancestral traditions. Moving beyond the extensively documented Philistine settlements, a broader examination of archaeological evidence illuminates the presence of other distinct sea people groups who also successfully established vibrant communities across the wider eastern Mediterranean basin. Among these, the Chequer, prominently referenced in ancient Egyptian sources as active participants within the formidable Sea Peoples coalitions, appear to have founded a series of settlements strategically positioned along the fertile Levantine coast. The most significant concentration of their presence is notably identified at Dora. This critically important strategic port city, situated along the Mediterranean coast just south of modern Haifa, rapidly ascended to become a major commercial hub under the astute control of the Chequer. It subsequently fostered and developed extensive and intricate trade networks that seamlessly connected the Levant with prosperous markets in Cyprus, Anatolia, and even their distant Aegean homelands. The meticulous excavations undertaken at Dora by Ephraim Stern brought to light substantial and compelling remains dating from the Iron Age occupation, which clearly manifest profound connections to the broader Sea Peoples' material culture traditions. The diverse pottery assemblages recovered from the site, for instance, include numerous vessels that unequivocally demonstrate both technological and stylistic linkages to established Aegean ceramic traditions. Concurrently, the architectural remains reveal sophisticated building techniques that skillfully amalgamated elements drawn from various Mediterranean construction traditions, creating a unique synthesis. The undeniable development of Dora into such a prominent major commercial center powerfully illustrates the remarkable economic success and adaptability achieved by the Chequer communities within their newly adopted homeland. The impressive harbor installations discovered at Dora furnish undeniable proof of an advanced and sophisticated understanding of maritime engineering, a mastery that profoundly empowered the community to cultivate and sustain extensive commercial operations. Archaeological investigations have meticulously uncovered robust stone quays, ingenious breakwater systems designed to protect the port, and expansive warehouse facilities, all constructed to efficiently accommodate substantial shipping operations and handle vast quantities of goods. The construction of these complex installations undoubtedly demanded significant technical expertise and considerable labor investments, thereby pointing to communities possessing both the formidable organizational capabilities and the extensive resources indispensable for undertaking such ambitious major infrastructure projects. The intricate Chequer material culture, documented at Dora, consistently exhibits patterns remarkably similar to those observed within the Philistine settlements, providing clear and compelling evidence of robust cultural continuity stemming from their Aegean traditions, skillfully fused with pragmatic adaptation to prevailing local conditions. Specifically, their pottery production techniques meticulously preserved technological elements fundamentally derived from their Bronze Age heritage, while simultaneously adapting adeptly to the characteristics of local clay sources and the specific demands of regional market requirements. Furthermore, the metalwork installations similarly reveal comparable patterns, employing production techniques that ingeniously combined knowledge gleaned from multiple technological traditions to meticulously craft products precisely suited to the distinct regional needs and aesthetic preferences of their clientele. The potential association between the Sheridan and the Sardinian populations continues to represent one of the most captivating dimensions of scholarly inquiry into the Sea Peoples. Archaeological discoveries unearthed in Sardinia during the Late Bronze Age reveal societies that possessed advanced metallurgical proficiencies, deeply ingrained warrior traditions, and considerable maritime expertise. These attributes could credibly link them to the Sherdon, as attested in ancient Egyptian annals. Nevertheless, the considerable geographical expanse separating Sardinia from the eastern Mediterranean, coupled with a scarcity of direct archaeological evidence for explicit connections, renders an unequivocal corroboration of this identification elusive. Sardinian Nuragic culture, flourishing during the second millennium BC, exhibits advanced technical and societal attributes that bear striking resemblances to the capabilities ascribed to the formidable Sherdon warriors. The island's myriad megalithic defensive structures, notably its iconic stone tower fortifications, vividly underscore a populace structured for martial engagements and the tenacious defense of its territorial integrity. Furthermore, bronze figurines recovered from archaeological contexts vividly depict warriors equipped with peculiar armaments and protective gear, such as horned helmets and distinctive shields. These potent cultural elements could readily furnish the foundational context for martial societies capable of participating actively in the extensive maritime raiding and mercenary activities frequently associated with the diverse groups comprising the Sea Peoples. Metallurgical evidence gleaned from Sardinian Bronze Age contexts brings to light highly advanced fabrication methodologies that could have readily supplied the essential engineering bedrock for Sherdon military prowess. The array of bronze weapons and tools excavated from the island consistently demonstrates refined metallurgical fusion processes, intricate ornamental embellishments, and practical structural advancements that collectively yielded products of unparalleled craftsmanship and enduring utility. Furthermore, the island's abundant copper resources, combined with its pivotal geographical placement in the Western Mediterranean, would have provided both the crucial raw materials and lucrative trade avenues. These factors could have strategically sustained formidable warrior communities, actively engaged in long-distance military expeditions and extensive martial commerce. The Danaian present yet another intricate enigma within the broader identification of the Sea Peoples, with suggested affiliations to the Danuna people, who are attested in contemporaneous Bronze Age records originating from Cilicia in southeastern Anatolia. This particular identification would serve to situate the Danaian within the wider panorama of Anatolian demographic shifts that followed the dissolution of the Hittite hegemonic dominion, thereby connecting them to recognized ancient societies with documented geographical origins and discernible cultural characteristics. Archaeological findings from Cilician sites reveal communities that possessed sophisticated metalworking proficiencies, considerable navigational prowess, and extensive mercantile ties. These attributes could well have provided the necessary foundation for their participation in the multifaceted activities of the Sea Peoples. The region's geostrategic vantage point, effectively controlling vital routes between Anatolia and the Levant, rendered it a pivotal nexus for both commercial enterprises and military operations, while its well-situated harbors offered convenient entry to pan-Mediterranean commercial arteries and facilitated extensive naval operations. The progressive integration of Sea People communities into indigenous populations represents one of the most profound and enduring ramifications of their widespread settlement across the eastern Mediterranean. Archaeological evidence consistently reveals complex amalgamation of cultural traditions that unfolded organically over multiple generations. During this period, these relocated communities adeptly acclimatized to their adopted territories, while simultaneously imparting their unique technological advancements and cultural novelties to the broader regional development. This intricate process of assimilation, however, differed markedly depending on specific local conditions, the numerical strength of the settling community, and the precise nature of their interactions with the established indigenous populations. Philistine societies offer the most compelling testimony to these assimilation processes, with stratigraphic records that meticulously document an incremental cultural metamorphosis spanning several centuries of their settlement. Early phases of their material culture exhibit a pronounced adherence to Aegean material traditions, whereas subsequent periods reveal a growing assimilation of aspects from local Canaanite and other regional cultures. This dynamic amalgamation of traditions forged distinctive composite heritage that skillfully combined elements from multiple ancestral sources while diligently preserving discernible links to their various origins. Religious practices, in particular, provide an especially vivid illustration of this cultural synthesis and adaptation. Philistine sacred edifices frequently integrate architectural elements derived from Aegean religious traditions with symbolic representations and ceremonial components originating from Canaanite religious practices. Sacred artifacts recovered from these contexts encompass both imported items that preserved ties to their inherited customs and locally produced pieces that clearly reflect the impact of indigenous symbolic frameworks. This unique religious synthesis empowered Philistine societies to safeguard their distinct cultural essence while simultaneously acclimatizing to the spiritual milieu of their new homeland. The profound metamorphosis of the Sea Peoples from seafaring marauders into established societies instigated an extraordinary epoch of advancements in technology and cultural expression that would fundamentally reconfigure the Eastern Mediterranean sphere for centuries. The migratory groups who rooted themselves in territories stretching from the Levantine coast to Sardinia brought with them not merely the vestiges of the preceding Bronze Age epoch, but dynamic legacies of artisanry, metalworking expertise, and civic structuring. These active traditions would ultimately precipitate profound transformations in regional development. Archaeological evidence unequivocally reveals that these communities served as pivotal facilitators in the momentous shift from the Bronze Age to the Iron Age nascent Iron Age methodologies. Simultaneously, they were forging novel modes of cultural articulation that amalgamated components from their varied provenances with innovations developed within their new homelands. The ferrous metal processing proficiencies introduced by Sea People communities represented perhaps their paramount technical legacy to the regions they settled. While iron technology had been present in nascent capacities during the late Bronze Age, the disintegration of entrenched copper and tin supply chains rendered bronze progressively challenging to fabricate in the requisite quantities for the production of tools and weapons. Sea People groups, particularly those originating from Anatolian regions where early iron smelting techniques were initially developed, were endowed with expertise in mineral extraction and metallurgic fabrication techniques. This knowledge enabled them to harness indigenous iron reserves with greater efficiency than the pre-existing communities. Archaeological evidence from Philistine sites reveals advanced ferrous metal manufacturing complexes that bear witness to profound comprehension of sophisticated ore reduction methodologies and precise thermal regulation strategies. Excavations conducted at Tel Mikna Ekron brought to light furnace complexes dating to the 11th century BC that showcased construction methods specifically purpose-built for ferrous metal processing. These facilities featured masonry-lined burning compartments with ingeniously conceived aeration mechanisms that could attain the requisite thermal thresholds necessary for effective iron smelting. The furnaces integrated air-pumping apparatuses using leather bags, which were manually actuated by pedal mechanisms, thereby enabling metalworkers to preserve uniform thermal conditions during prolonged ore reduction cycles. The array of iron objects produced in these Philistine workshops manifested an engineering ingenuity that significantly surpassed the prevailing local proficiencies. Agrarian tools, encompassing plowshares, sickles, and hoes, demonstrate sophisticated metal-shaping methodologies that created instruments with reinforced bladed perimeters and enhanced structural resilience, far exceeding comparable bronze instruments. The unrivaled efficacy of these iron tools facilitated optimized farming methodologies, directly fostering augmented sustenance yields that in turn sustained burgeoning urban centers within Philistine territories. Martial implementations of iron technology furnished Philistine communities with considerable strategic superiority during engagements against adjacent societies who still depended predominantly on copper alloy armaments. Iron sword blades discovered at Philistine sites exhibit refined metal crafting methods, including selective tempering, a process where cutting edges were made harder than blade cores to skillfully harmonize keenness with pliability. Spear points show comparable engineering ingenuity with hollowed base designs that offered more robust attachment than traditional copper alloy armaments while retaining reduced mass for enhanced maneuverability. The fabrication methodologies utilized in Philistine metalworking facilities unequivocally uncover expertise originating from diverse engineering heritages. Furnace construction methods, for instance, exhibit the impress of both Aegean and Anatolian metal crafting customs, while tool designs skillfully integrated practical components from various indigenous customs. This dynamic engineering amalgamation empowered Philistine craftsmen to devise pioneering remedies that consistently improved upon their inherited methods, while adeptly adjusting to indigenous resources and prevailing commercial requisitions. Ceramic fabrication in Sea People settlements exhibits analogous trajectories of engineering ingenuity and cultural amalgamation. The pottery customs instituted by Philistine communities skillfully combined sophisticated centrifugal molding methods stemming from Mycenaean ceramic legacies with ornamental motifs that integrated features from Canaanite, Cretan, and diverse local pottery frameworks. This comprehensive synthesis forged unique ceramic aesthetics that fulfilled both utilitarian and symbolic roles, enabling communities to preserve ties to their ancestral legacy while simultaneously conforming to indigenous tastes and necessities. The technical specificities of Philistine ceramic manufacturing processes reveal a profound comprehension of pottery technology, a knowledge base that frequently surpassed many contemporaneous regional capacities. Ovens unearthed at Ashkelon and other Philistine settlements exhibit sophisticated construction methods, which facilitated meticulous temperature regulation and remarkably efficient fuel utilization. These specialized installations typically incorporated updraft designs, featuring distinct chambers for combustion and firing, thereby enabling artisans to achieve consistent heat distribution. Such precise conditions were instrumental in producing superior quality ceramics, distinguished by their uniform coloration and exceptional durability. The ornamental techniques employed by Philistine potters showcased extraordinary artistic ingenuity, characterized by the fusion of motifs drawn from a multitude of cultural origins. Representations of avian figures, clearly derived from Mycenaean artistic legacies, frequently appeared alongside intricate geometric patterns that evinced influences from both Cretan and Levantine decorative systems. This skillful integration of disparate artistic components culminated in the creation of highly distinctive decorative styles, unmistakably Philistine in character, yet simultaneously appealing to and comprehensible by diverse regional populations with varied cultural backgrounds. Vessel forms originating from Philistine workshops demonstrated analogous patterns of cultural assimilation and practical adaptation. Their cooking pots, for instance, retained the characteristic proportional relationships found in Aegean ceramic traditions, while simultaneously incorporating rim designs and handle configurations that reflected a careful adaptation to local culinary practices. Similarly, their storage jars ingeniously combined Mycenaean volumetric standards with construction methodologies that leveraged indigenous clay sources and firing techniques, resulting in containers that adeptly fulfilled both essential practical storage requirements and significant functions related to cultural identity. The extensive dissemination of Philistine pottery across the southern Levant provides compelling evidence of broad trade networks that interconnected Sea People communities with various regional marketplaces. Comprehensive archaeological investigations have successfully identified Philistine ceramic artifacts at numerous locations throughout the coastal plain and within inland valleys. This widespread presence underscores commercial relationships that stretched considerably beyond their immediate settlement zones, testifying to the economic advantages conferred by their superior production methods and the undeniable market appeal generated by their innovative decorative aesthetics. Architectural innovations pioneered by Sea People communities mirrored these patterns of technological transfer and cultural assimilation. Building techniques implemented in Philistine settlements skillfully blended construction methodologies inherited from Aegean traditions with practical adaptations to locally available materials and prevailing environmental conditions. The synthesis of these approaches yielded distinctive architectural styles, which not only offered enhanced functionality, but also meticulously preserved cultural connections to their ancestral building traditions. The foundation systems employed in Philistine construction illustrate an advanced grasp of structural engineering, reflecting knowledge acquired through building experiences in the tectonically active regions of the Mediterranean. Stone foundations were typically laid considerably deeper than was customary in Canaanite construction, with meticulous attention paid to intricate drainage systems designed to prevent water damage to the mud brick superstructures. These significant technical enhancements facilitated the erection of larger and more resilient buildings, capable of accommodating burgeoning urban populations and supporting expanding commercial enterprises. The internal organization of space within Philistine buildings revealed clear influences from Aegean domestic architecture, while simultaneously adapting to the specific climatic conditions and social customs of the Levant. Central hearth installations, for example, maintained a tangible link to ancestral traditions, yet were thoughtfully modified to accommodate local fuel sources and cooking practices. Furthermore, the strategic arrangement of rooms provided superior ventilation and temperature regulation compared to traditional Canaanite domestic architecture, thereby fostering more comfortable living environments that significantly contributed to community health and overall productivity. Public architecture within Philistine settlements showcased sophisticated urban planning capabilities, integrating elements from various Mediterranean urban traditions. Temple complexes, in particular, exhibited architectural components derived from both Aegean and Near Eastern religious building practices, culminating in hybrid forms that effectively served the spiritual exigencies of culturally diverse populations. Administrative buildings, on the other hand, demonstrated a clear understanding of palace architecture, enabling the efficient governance of complex urban communities while adeptly adapting to indigenous political and social requirements. The religious and cultural syncretism that flourished within Sea People settlements represents one of the most captivating aspects of their enduring cultural legacy. Archaeological findings reveal intricate processes of religious adaptation, which allowed displaced populations to sustain spiritual bonds with their ancestral traditions, while concurrently integrating elements from local religious systems. This intrinsically syncretistic approach fostered novel forms of religious expression, which not only addressed the spiritual needs of their culturally diverse communities, but also played a significant role in broader regional religious development. Cult installations discovered at Philistine sites exemplify an architectural synthesis that combined features from Aegean religious building traditions with elements characteristic of Canaanite temple architecture. The temple at Tel Qasil, for instance, features a rectangular layout with a prominent central hearth, a design clearly reflecting Aegean religious architectural traditions. Simultaneously, it incorporates cult installations and decorative elements that distinctly show influence from local religious practices. This masterful hybrid architecture thus facilitated religious observances that harmonized both ancestral spiritual traditions and prevalent local religious expectations. Religious iconography unearthed at Sea People sites similarly unveils patterns of cultural synthesis and adaptation. Figurines and various cultic objects combine artistic elements drawn from multiple sources, giving rise to distinctive religious art that effectively served the spiritual requirements of culturally diverse communities. Female figurines, for example, exhibit influences from both Aegean goddess traditions and Canaanite fertility cult practices, while male warrior figurines powerfully underscore the continued importance of martial identity within the Sea People's religious systems. Burial practices meticulously documented at Sea People cemeteries offer detailed insights into processes of religious syncretism and cultural adaptation. The extensive cemetery at Ashkelon, for example, contains both cremation and inhumation burials, reflecting the inclusive accommodation of differing cultural traditions within single communities. Furthermore, the grave goods accompanying these burials often combine artifacts that preserved connections to ancestral traditions with locally manufactured items, thereby demonstrating a pragmatic adaptation to regional customs and readily available materials. Cremation burials specifically observed at Philistine sites underscore the enduring persistence of Aegean religious traditions, while simultaneously showcasing an adaptation to local conditions and materials. Ceramic urns utilized for cremated remains exhibit distinctive forms that are clearly derived from Mycenaean pottery traditions, yet they were manufactured using indigenous clays and firing techniques. The strategic placement of these burials within cemetery areas indicates an integration with local burial customs, all while maintaining distinctive practices that diligently preserved their unique cultural identity. Artistic influences, readily discernible in pottery, figurines, and various decorative motifs, vividly reveal the extensive cultural exchange that fundamentally characterized Sea People settlements. Decorative elements propagated widely through vibrant trade networks and sustained cultural contact, profoundly impacting artistic development across the entire eastern Mediterranean basin. The distinctive artistic styles meticulously developed by Sea People communities contributed significantly to broader regional artistic traditions, all the while retaining recognizable connections to their diverse and varied origins. Pottery painting techniques, meticulously perfected in Philistine workshops, exerted a considerable influence on ceramic production throughout the southern Levant. The characteristic application of red and black painted designs upon buff-colored pottery surfaces created aesthetically distinctive decorative effects, which were subsequently adopted by local potters and skillfully adapted to suit regional preferences. These innovative techniques disseminated widely through commercial networks and cultural interaction, ultimately leading to the emergence of novel regional pottery styles that ingeniously combined elements from multiple artistic traditions. Figurine production within Sea People settlements demonstrated analogous patterns of artistic innovation and profound cultural influence. The uniquely distinctive female figurines produced at Philistine sites masterfully combined artistic elements from both Aegean and Near Eastern traditions, thereby generating novel iconographic forms that significantly influenced religious art throughout the wider region. These particular figurines showcased advanced modeling techniques, which resulted in more naturalistic representations than many contemporaneous regional examples, thus contributing substantially to artistic developments that would continue to shape Mediterranean art for many centuries. Decorative metalwork crafted by Sea People's artisans reveals sophisticated artistic capabilities, seamlessly blending technical excellence with truly innovative design elements. Bronze vessels and an array of weapons frequently display intricate decorative inlays, sophisticated pattern welding, and diverse surface treatments, all of which unequivocally demonstrate advanced metallurgical artistry. These specialized techniques profoundly influenced metalworking traditions across the entire Eastern Mediterranean, contributing significantly to the development of new decorative styles that harmoniously combined functional effectiveness with exceptional artistic excellence. The pivotal involvement of the Sea Peoples in orchestrating the profound shift from the sophisticated Bronze Age to the nascent Iron Age societal frameworks transcended mere advancements in craftsmanship and innovation. Their influence permeated and reshaped the very foundations of governmental structures, commercial paradigms, and the intricate web of communal interactions, introducing a new epoch of societal evolution. The settlements forged by these uprooted populations pioneered novel methodologies in urban planning and administration, skillfully reinterpreting the established institutional wisdom of the Bronze Age to suit the drastically altered circumstances of the nascent Iron Age. Within these burgeoning Sea Peoples enclaves, the evolution of political frameworks conspicuously departed from the centralized, hierarchical palace systems characteristic of the preceding era, embracing instead a more diffuse and localized mode of governance. This shift inherently mirrored the diminished scale and constrained resource availability that defined the emerging Iron Age communities, necessitating a more adaptable and responsive administrative approach. In particular, the extensive archaeological record illuminating the Philistine city-states furnishes compelling indications that these entities, while preserving certain vestiges of a centralized authoritative core, simultaneously cultivated remarkably pliable administrative mechanisms. This adaptive capacity enabled them to react with considerable agility and efficacy to the diverse exigencies posed by specific local circumstances and the broader gamut of regional geopolitical and environmental pressures, demonstrating a nuanced approach to governance. Concurrently, the meticulous examination of economic structures within the Sea Peoples settlements unmistakably highlights a spirit of innovation across their commercial endeavors and manufacturing processes. These pioneering approaches were instrumental in catalyzing significant regional economic advancement, fostering a dynamic environment for trade and industry that reshaped the broader economic landscape. The highly specialized craft production, vividly attested through archaeological findings at significant locales such as Ekron, serves as a testament to their sophisticated comprehension of market dynamics and intricate commercial organizational strategies. This astute economic acumen empowered these communities to forge paths to considerable prosperity, predominantly through robust trade networks and diversified manufacturing activities, thereby reducing their exclusive dependence on primary agricultural yields or the often unstable revenues derived from tribute collection. This marked a significant departure from traditional Bronze Age economic models. Regarding their social architecture, the communities of the Sea Peoples seemingly preserved certain vestiges of the entrenched social stratification prevalent during the Bronze Age. Nevertheless, this inherited framework underwent considerable modification, skillfully adapting to the unique demographic shifts and the often stringent resource limitations imposed by their newly adopted environments and evolving societal conditions. Indeed, the archaeological record consistently indicates the enduring presence of formidable warrior elites who continued to hold considerable sway and prestige. Crucially, however, their prominence was increasingly paralleled by the emergence and robust growth of influential merchant classes and highly skilled specialized craftsmen. These burgeoning groups played an indispensable role in fostering both the material prosperity and the vibrant cultural flourishing of their respective communities, signifying a dynamic shift in social composition. The confluence of technological breakthroughs, remarkable cultural amalgamation, and astute institutional adjustments meticulously cultivated by the Sea Peoples communities bequeathed an indelible heritage, profoundly influencing the trajectory of Mediterranean civilization for many centuries to come. Their pioneering advancements in sophisticated ironwork technology, innovative pottery production techniques, distinctive architectural aesthetics, and profound artistic expression laid crucial groundwork for subsequent cultural evolutions that would irrevocably mold the ancient world, not only throughout the Iron Age, but also well into succeeding epochs. The triumphant integration and adaptation of these once displaced populations into their nascent homelands underscored an extraordinary degree of cultural tenacity and an unparalleled capacity for innovation, enabling their metamorphosis from mere refugees into the architects of singularly distinctive and immensely influential civilizations, characterized by both practical effectiveness and artistic excellence. The cataclysmic unraveling of Bronze Age civilization, swiftly followed by the widespread dispersal and eventual settlement of the Sea Peoples across the entire eastern Mediterranean basin, precipitated an enormous power vacuum. This seismic shift irrevocably reshaped the geopolitical contours of the ancient world. The wholesale obliteration of prominent urban hubs, the catastrophic disintegration of long-standing and intricate trade arteries, and the mass dislocation of entire communities left expansive tracts of land, bereft of any semblance of efficacious governance or coherent economic infrastructure, plunging regions into unprecedented instability. This unparalleled epoch of upheaval, while devastating in many respects, paradoxically presented fertile ground for nascent powers to aggressively expand their territorial reach and bolster their geopolitical sway. Concurrently, it imposed an existential imperative upon the remaining established states, compelling them to fundamentally overhaul their strategic approaches and institutional frameworks in order to merely persist within a profoundly reconfigured and often hostile global milieu. Amidst this widespread regional turmoil and fragmentation, the formidable Neo-Assyrian Empire conspicuously rose as the preeminent beneficiary, astutely capitalizing on the profound debilitation of its long-standing adversaries. Assyria embarked upon an ambitious campaign to forge an unparalleled dominion, extending its territorial control comprehensively across Mesopotamia and well into adjacent lands, thereby establishing a new imperial paradigm. Throughout the consequential reigns of Tiglath-Pileser I and the subsequent line of his imperial successors, Assyrian military might was systematically deployed to conquer and annex vast swaths of territory. These lands had previously been under the suzerainty of formidable entities such as the once mighty Hittite Empire, the influential Mitanni Kingdom, and a multitude of disparate Aramaean polities, marking a calculated and relentless expansion. The Assyrian military apparatus, already a formidable and highly effective instrument of power during the preceding Middle Assyrian period, underwent strategic adaptations in its tactical doctrines and organizational structures. These refinements were meticulously designed to fully capitalize on the strategic opportunities engendered by the widespread Bronze Age collapse. Concurrently, the empire meticulously crafted novel administrative frameworks, robust enough to effectively govern the heterogeneous populations and diverse territories newly brought under its imperial dominion. The scope and systematic precision of Assyrian expansion during this epoch represented a stark and significant departure from earlier Mesopotamian imperial undertakings, establishing an entirely new standard for territorial control and management. In stark contrast, prior imperial entities throughout Mesopotamia had generally adopted a less intrusive approach, primarily concentrating their efforts on the systematic extraction of tribute and resources from their subject territories, while largely permitting local administrative hierarchies and cultural practices to remain undisturbed and autonomous. The distinctive Neo-Assyrian methodology, however, embraced a far more comprehensive and coercive strategy. It entailed direct territorial administration, meticulously orchestrated population deportations, and assertive cultural assimilation policies. These measures were ingeniously conceived and rigorously implemented, with the overarching objective of forging an enduring and immutable imperial control, fundamentally transcending the transient and often superficial hegemony characteristic of earlier empires. Compelling archaeological findings unearthed from numerous sites, spanning the vast and continually expanding Assyrian sphere of influence, consistently unveil a remarkable degree of standardization in administrative protocols, architectural designs, and prevailing material culture patterns. This pervasive uniformity serves as irrefutable evidence of the empire's highly systematic and meticulously planned approach to territorial integration, aiming for a cohesive and unified imperial identity. Crucially, the military innovations that underpinned and facilitated this unprecedented Assyrian expansion were not developed in isolation. Rather, they judiciously incorporated invaluable tactical and strategic lessons, gleaned from extensive encounters with the Sea Peoples and other various displaced populations, demonstrating an astute capacity for adaptive learning. A pivotal technological advantage lay in the widespread adoption of iron weaponry, which became standard issue for Assyrian military contingents decades in advance of its general proliferation across other ancient powers. This crucial innovation conferred a significant and often decisive tactical superiority in their numerous campaigns, waged against adversaries who largely continued to depend upon the less effective and more brittle bronze armaments, fundamentally altering the calculus of ancient warfare. Furthermore, Assyrian siege warfare methodologies underwent a sophisticated evolution, specifically engineered to effectively neutralize the enhanced fortification techniques that communities had developed in their desperate quest for security during the tumultuous post-collapse era. This refinement involved the integration of highly specialized siege equipment and innovative tactical approaches, enabling them to systematically breach and overcome even the most elaborately constructed and seemingly impregnable defensive installations. The sweeping administrative reforms meticulously instituted by Neo-Assyrian monarchs forged governmental systems of unparalleled efficiency and reach, fully capable of overseeing and managing an empire that stretched geographically from the fertile shores of the Persian Gulf all the way to the sun-drenched Mediterranean coast. In conquered regions, the traditional authority of local rulers was systematically supplanted by provincial governors, who were directly appointed by and answered solely to the king. Simultaneously, rigorously standardized taxation frameworks were implemented to efficiently extract the vast resources necessary to sustain the empire's formidable military machine and its burgeoning administrative infrastructure. Complementing these administrative shifts, the Neo-Assyrian regime employed systematic deportation policies, strategically relocating skilled artisans, vital agricultural laborers, and even potential instigators of rebellion to disparate regions across the vast imperial domain. This calculated strategy served a dual purpose. It effectively fragmented entrenched local loyalties and resistance networks, while simultaneously ensuring the optimal distribution of valuable human resources to areas where their skills and labor were most critically required for imperial projects and economic productivity. The profound cultural ramifications of Neo-Assyrian imperial expansion transcended mere political subjugation, instigating fundamental transformations in religious observances, artistic conventions, and technological advancements across the entire region. Central to this pervasive influence was the potent Assyrian royal ideology, which meticulously depicted the monarch as the direct earthly emissary of the paramount deity Ashur, divinely ordained, with an unequivocal mandate to govern all known territories. This powerful ideological construct served as an unassailable justification for boundless territorial aggrandizement, concurrently establishing enduring cultural frameworks that effectively legitimized and solidified the empire's overarching authority in the minds of both its subjects and its rivals. Consequently, this meticulously crafted ideological system exerted a profound and enduring influence on political philosophy and governance paradigms across the entirety of the ancient Near East. It effectively established formidable precedents for the very concept of imperial legitimacy, frameworks that would continue to shape and inform the exercise of power for many subsequent centuries, long after the Assyrian Empire itself had faded. Concurrently, the catastrophic disintegration of the intricate Bronze Age maritime trade networks paradoxically paved the way for the Phoenician city-states to assert an unparalleled commercial supremacy across the entire Mediterranean basin. The wholesale destruction of pivotal trading emporia, notably Ugarit, effectively eliminated formidable long-standing competitors, clearing the path for new economic players. Furthermore, The widespread collapse of centralized political authority in numerous regions generated an urgent and pervasive demand for the sophisticated commercial services that only the highly adept Phoenician merchants could reliably furnish. Consequently, urban centers such as Tyre, Sidon, and Byblos rapidly metamorphosed from mere regional trading hubs into the vibrant, dynamic nuclei of expansive commercial networks, destined to eventually stretch their influence from the distant Atlantic coastline of Iberia all the way to the northern Black Sea shores of Anatolia. The remarkable Phoenician maritime technology during this transformative era conspicuously integrated a suite of innovations, meticulously engineered, in direct response to the radically altered exigencies of post-collapse Mediterranean commerce. Their purpose-built vessels, specifically conceived for extensive long-distance voyaging, boasted significantly enhanced hull construction, optimized and more efficient sail configurations, and specialized cargo handling apparatus. These advancements collectively facilitated highly profitable commercial operations spanning immense geographical distances, granting them a distinct advantage. Extensive archaeological investigations, notably from submerged shipwrecks and the remnants of ancient harbor installations, consistently unveil the sophisticated design of these Phoenician vessels. They were unequivocally capable of transporting substantial quantities of diverse cargoes while simultaneously preserving the crucial attributes of speed and maneuverability. Both indispensable for successful and secure commercial ventures in maritime territories, frequently characterized by a pervasive absence of effective political oversight or centralized authority. The strategic establishment of numerous Phoenician trading posts and burgeoning colonies across the entire Mediterranean basin engendered novel modalities of commercial organization, which fundamentally diverged from the established patterns of Bronze Age trade. Instead of merely depending upon the often fragile diplomatic ententes and state-to-state relationships between major political powers to facilitate commercial exchanges, Phoenician merchants ingeniously cultivated independent and self-sustaining commercial networks. These networks were firmly anchored by permanent settlements, which served as secure and reliable bases for their extensive trading operations, providing stability and autonomy in a volatile world. These diverse installations, spanning a spectrum from rudimentary warehousing facilities designed for temporary storage to comprehensively developed urban centers bustling with activity, collectively forged an indispensable commercial infrastructure. This robust network not only facilitated consistent and reliable commercial interaction between geographically distant regions, but also crucially afforded paramount security for invaluable cargoes and the personnel engaged in these perilous yet profitable undertakings. The storied city of Carthage, founded by enterprising Tyrian colonists during the 9th century BC, stands as a prime and enduring testament to the resounding success of this innovative Phoenician commercial strategy. Meticulous archaeological excavations conducted within the city's earliest strata consistently reveal evidence of exceptionally sophisticated urban planning. This foresightful design seamlessly integrated advanced harbor installations, well-organized residential quarters, and dedicated craft production zones, all meticulously conceived to cater to the needs of both its burgeoning local populace and the continuous influx of visiting merchants. The city's remarkably swift ascent from a relatively unassuming trading outpost to a preeminent regional power unequivocally underscores the immense economic opportunities unleashed by the systemic collapse of Bronze Age political structures, alongside the remarkable efficacy of Phoenician adaptability in navigating and capitalizing upon these profoundly altered geopolitical and economic circumstances. The profound impact of Phoenician civilization on the cultural evolution of the Mediterranean basin transcended mere mercantile endeavors, embracing pivotal advancements in orthographic systems, spiritual customs, and artistic expressions. The pioneering alphabetic script, meticulously crafted by Phoenician scholars and scribes, offered a remarkably streamlined and readily available method of inscription when contrasted with the intricate syllabic and logographic writing conventions prevalent throughout the Bronze Age. This groundbreaking creation effectively broadened access to written knowledge, thereby extending the reach of literacy to a wider spectrum of the populace. Simultaneously, it greatly simplified the meticulous process of commercial accounting and enabled vital long-distance communication, both indispensable pillars for the extensive trade networks that crisscrossed the Mediterranean Sea. Within the Greek sphere, the era immediately following the cataclysmic collapse witnessed perhaps the most profound metamorphosis. The obliteration of the formidable Mycenaean palace states inadvertently forged the circumstances that would, in due course, culminate in the emergence of the unique polis system, a hallmark institution defining the zenith of classical Greek civilization. The precipitous disintegration of central governance, coupled with the unraveling of established administrative frameworks and an overwhelming demographic contraction that ensued from the Bronze Age calamity, compelled the remaining settlements to devise novel modalities of political and societal arrangement. These emergent structures were meticulously tailored to their diminished capacities and the often scarce provisions at hand. Investigations through archaeological excavations at Greek locations from the nascent Iron Age period unveil a distinct shift. Communities had forsaken the sprawling urban hubs emblematic of Mycenaean culture. Instead, they gravitated towards more modest habitations, strategically chosen for their enhanced defensibility and simpler logistical provisioning. These nascent Iron Age communities commonly established themselves on elevated topographical features, capitalizing on inherent defensive benefits. Although their tangible cultural artifacts displayed a marked reduction in sophistication when juxtaposed with Bronze Age benchmarks, domains such as ceramic craftsmanship, metallurgical techniques, and structural engineering all exhibited indicators of technological decline. This retrogression stemmed from the erosion of specialized expertise as societies prioritized fundamental subsistence over intricate cultural advancement. The progressive revitalization of Greek settlements throughout the 10th and 9th centuries BC was intricately tied to the genesis of novel social and political frameworks. These nascent structures were destined over time to mature and coalesce into the quintessential classical polis. Insights gleaned from archaeological findings intimate that these nascent collective units were structured predominantly around familial affiliations and martial contingents, a stark departure from the intricate bureaucratic echelons that had typified the Mycenaean palace states. Authority, it seems, was vested in individuals possessing compelling personal magnetism, demonstrated martial skill, and a proven capacity to safeguard and provision their fellow community members, rather than being derived from an ancestral claim to royal dominion. The burgeoning of Greek mercantile endeavors in the 8th century BC served as a clear indicator of a dual process, both a resurgence from the preceding post-catastrophe environment and a shrewd adjustment to the novel commercial prospects unfolding across the Mediterranean. Greek traders forged crucial commercial liaisons with established Phoenician trade constellations, concurrently pioneering autonomous maritime pathways that linked the Aegean Sea with vibrant marketplaces in Anatolia, the expansive Black Sea territories, and ultimately, the distant Western Mediterranean. Such vigorous commercial undertakings furnished access to essential unprocessed materials and opulent commodities, thereby buttressing communal advancement. Concomitantly, they generated substantial affluence, which, in turn, facilitated the intricate development of political structures and cultural sophistication. The Greek colonization expeditions, commencing in the 8th century BC, constituted methodical reactions to the escalating demographic strain and scarcity of vital provisions within the Hellenic heartland. Simultaneously, these ventures adeptly capitalized on the burgeoning commercial avenues that had emerged from the post-collapse circumstances pervading the entire Mediterranean region. In marked contrast to the mercantile outposts established by the Phoenicians, Greek colonial endeavors characteristically entailed the founding of self-governing political entities. These new settlements, while nurturing enduring cultural ties with their founding mother cities, concurrently cultivated their own distinct and independent governmental frameworks. This distinctive model of colonial expansion thus forged intricate webs of interconnected, yet sovereign communities, which were ultimately destined to constitute the bedrock of classical Greek civilization. The profound cultural breakthroughs emanating from Greek societies throughout the nascent Iron Age resurgence encompassed pivotal advancements in aesthetic articulation, spiritual observances, and philosophical currents, poised to shape Mediterranean civilization for epochs to come. The monumental epic verse ascribed to Homer stands as a testament to literary genius, masterfully weaving together the rich tapestry of Bronze Age collective recollections with the prevailing societal norms and political aspirations of its own era. These seminal compositions not only safeguarded the heritage of Bronze Age civilization, but also ingeniously reconfigured it to cater to the distinct cultural exigencies of Iron Age communities, thereby establishing literary canons that would galvanize successive cohorts of Greek creative talents and intellectuals. Spiritual customs that took root within the Greek communities following the systemic collapse exhibited analogous trajectories of cultural amalgamation and inventive adaptation. The extensive Greek pantheon assimilated divine figures and mythic narratives originating from Bronze Age antecedents, simultaneously refashioning them to address the spiritual imperatives of the Iron Age populations. Sacred enclaves such as Olympia and Delphi evolved into vital hubs for pan-communal religious observance, effectively fostering cultural continuity amidst scattered Greek settlements, while concurrently furnishing platforms for political discourse and commercial exchange. The profound demographic shifts and cultural reconfigurations witnessed across Cyprus, the Levant, and Anatolia, directly attributable to the incursions and subsequent settlements of the Sea Peoples, initiated enduring metamorphoses destined to shape regional progression for countless generations. Specifically on Cyprus, the integration of Sea Peoples communities alongside indigenous inhabitants fostered the emergence of remarkably variegated societies, seamlessly blending influences drawn from Aegean, Anatolian, and autochthonous Cypriot heritage. Unearthing from locales such as Salamis and Kition has brought forth archaeological findings displaying artifact collections that vividly illustrate intricate cultural dialogues and reciprocal technological advancements among disparate populous segments. The Cypriot copper industry, which had suffered significant disruption during the Bronze Age breakdown, progressively regained its footing under revised administrative frameworks that deftly integrated metallurgical breakthroughs introduced by Sea People's artisans. The application of sophisticated ironworking methodologies facilitated a more streamlined extraction and refinement of copper ores. Concurrently, novel smelting procedures significantly enhanced both the intrinsic quality and overall volume of metallic output. These advancements in technology, coupled with Cyprus's pivotal geographical placement within the Eastern Mediterranean's intricate trade routes, empowered the island to reclaim its preeminent status as a principal supplier of metals for the broader regional economies. The profound cultural amalgamation that transpired on Cyprus gave rise to unique artistic and architectural legacies, seamlessly integrating components from diverse origins while ingeniously adjusting to indigenous environmental factors and aesthetic inclinations. Ceramic manufacture, for instance, conspicuously displayed stylistic imprints from Aegean, Anatolian, and Levantine pottery practices, yet concurrently preserved singular Cypriot features, indicative of local argillaceous deposits and specialized firing methodologies. Furthermore, extant architectural remnants disclose construction practices that judiciously absorbed building methodologies from various Mediterranean legacies, simultaneously tailoring them to suit available local resources and prevailing ecological circumstances. Religious customs within post-settlement Cyprus manifested comparable trends of cultural fusion, evident in cultic structures that integrated architectural components from disparate heritages, all while ministering to the spiritual requirements of its ethnically varied inhabitants. The sacred precinct at Kition, notably, furnishes tangible proof of devotional practices that absorbed facets from Phoenician, Greek, and indigenous Cypriot traditions, thereby fostering syncretic rites. These composite observances permitted communities from distinct cultural provenances to engage collectively in shared spiritual ceremonies. The profound reconfiguration of commercial arteries subsequent to the incursions of the Sea Peoples and the ultimate dissolution of the Bronze Age necessitated foundational alterations in the very architecture of mercantile operations and logistical frameworks across the entirety of the Eastern Mediterranean. The eradication of pivotal mercantile hubs and the rupture of diplomatic accords, which had previously underpinned Bronze Age trade, compelled both traders and communities to forge innovative strategies for trans-regional commerce. These novel methods were engineered to operate effectively despite the pronounced void of centralized political governance. The localized commercial circuits that materialized during the nascent Iron Age generally functioned on a more circumscribed magnitude compared to their expansive Bronze Age forebears, primarily linking contiguous settlements rather than traversing vast geographical expanses. Further archaeological findings underscore a heightened significance of localized and regional marketplaces, where ceramic wares, metal artifacts, and other fabricated commodities exhibited more constrained distribution footprints than their Bronze Age counterparts. This commercial localization was a direct consequence of both diminished transport capacities and the amplified perils inherent in extensive journeys across politically volatile territories. The progressive resurgence of Mediterranean trade across the 9th and 8th centuries BC necessitated the formulation of innovative commercial methodologies and organizational frameworks. These new structures were specifically designed to operate with efficacy within the profoundly altered geopolitical landscape. Commercial guilds consequently erected enduring trade outposts at judiciously chosen strategic points. These establishments served a dual purpose. They furnished safeguarded operational hubs for mercantile activities, concurrently offering essential provisions and amenities to the surrounding indigenous inhabitants. Local communities also benefited from these emerging settlements, as they reliably supplied essential commodities and crucial services that catered to the daily requirements and specialized demands of the surrounding populace. This provision of vital necessities fostered interdependent relationships between the burgeoning urban centers and their hinterlands, creating a symbiotic economic ecosystem. Gradually, these initial outposts and strategic installations frequently burgeoned into formidable urban centers, establishing themselves as pivotal hubs for comprehensive regional economic advancement and vibrant intercultural dialogue. Their strategic locations and burgeoning populations rendered them magnets for commerce and intellectual discourse, drawing in diverse peoples and fostering a dynamic interchange of ideas and goods. Concurrently, a series of remarkable advancements in maritime technology during this specific epoch facilitated a dramatically more streamlined and considerably safer conveyance of valuable commodities across the expansive reaches of the Mediterranean Sea. These innovations allowed for greater predictability and reduced risks associated with long-distance sea voyages, thereby expanding trade routes and increasing cargo volumes. Specifically, sophisticated innovations were meticulously integrated into existing ship construction methodologies, significantly enhancing the inherent durability and overall cargo-carrying capacity of naval vessels. Simultaneously, these ingenious design modifications contributed to a marked reduction in the necessary crew complement and, consequently, a notable decrease in the overarching operational expenditures associated with maritime commerce. For instance, improved hull designs or rigging systems meant ships could withstand harsher conditions and carry more, requiring fewer sailors. Furthermore, the crucial harbor infrastructures situated within prominent trading centers were progressively outfitted with substantially enhanced facilities, designed specifically to optimize the arduous processes of loading and unloading diverse cargoes. In tandem, robust and well-fortified storage systems were meticulously developed to offer secure accommodation and safeguarding for valuable merchandise and precious commodities throughout the often protracted and complex trading operations, protecting them from theft or spoilage. A pivotal development in commercial efficacy was the systematic establishment of universally recognized standardized weights, uniform measures, and coherent currency systems. This crucial innovation profoundly streamlined and simplified commercial transactions, especially those conducted between disparate communities characterized by distinct cultural traditions and varied governmental structures, thereby fostering trust and reducing ambiguity in trade agreements. Compelling archaeological findings consistently demonstrate an escalating trend towards the standardization of various trade artifacts, including commonplace pottery vessels, precisely weighted metal ingots, and a multitude of other marketable commodities. This tangible evidence strongly suggests the widespread adoption of sophisticated commercial practices capable of operating seamlessly across diverse cultural and often contentious political frontiers. Such concerted standardization endeavors demonstrably minimized the inherent transaction costs associated with trade, concurrently bolstering the reliability and enhancing the predictability of burgeoning commercial relationships. Moreover, the dynamic process of cultural exchange, significantly invigorated by these revitalized trade networks, played an instrumental role in disseminating groundbreaking technological innovations, distinctive artistic styles, and a plethora of religious practices across the entire Mediterranean expanse. The incessant movement of skilled craftsmen, enterprising merchants, and various other specialized individuals between disparate communities generated invaluable opportunities for profound knowledge transfer, which in turn dramatically accelerated both technological advancement and intricate cultural elaboration. Consequently, advanced pottery production techniques, refined metalworking methodologies, and novel architectural innovations were effectively propagated through these expansive networks, thereby contributing substantially to overarching regional cultural development while remarkably preserving distinctive local characteristics and unique identities. Among the most profound cultural advancements catalyzed by the post-collapse trade networks was undoubtedly the genesis and proliferation of alphabetic writing systems. The renowned Phoenician alphabet, ingeniously refined from more intricate preceding writing forms, was specifically simplified to serve pragmatic commercial applications. This highly adaptable script rapidly disseminated throughout the extensive Mediterranean commercial pathways, where it was subsequently modified and tailored to accommodate the nuances of various local languages and specific cultural requisites. This groundbreaking innovation fundamentally democratized the ability to read and write, making literacy accessible to a broader segment of the population, concurrently streamlining the meticulous record-keeping and efficient communication indispensable for orchestrating intricate and far-reaching commercial undertakings. Furthermore, a diverse array of religious ideologies and spiritual practices similarly traversed these vibrant commercial networks, thereby generating fertile ground for profound cultural synthesis and unprecedented innovation, effects that would profoundly shape the trajectory of Mediterranean civilization for countless centuries to come. The continuous flux of merchants, skilled artisans, and various other itinerant individuals among disparate communities facilitated a rich and dynamic exchange of intricate religious concepts, deeply rooted mythological traditions, and specific cultic practices. This extensive interchange significantly contributed to the evolution of novel forms of religious expression, meticulously adapted to resonate within the fabric of increasingly culturally diverse societies. The rigorous and systematic scholarly investigation into the enigmatic phenomenon known as the Sea Peoples commenced in earnest during the 19th century, a period marked by two pivotal advancements: the successful decipherment of intricate Egyptian hieroglyphic texts and the nascent stages of archaeological excavations across the eastern Mediterranean region. It was the groundbreaking achievement of the distinguished French scholar Jean-François Champollion, who, in the 1820s, unlocked the secrets of reading hieroglyphs, that first rendered accessible the remarkably detailed Egyptian chronicles depicting conflicts with these perplexing maritime marauders. Suddenly, the monumental Karnak inscriptions commissioned by Pharaoh Meremptah and the extensive, vividly carved battle reliefs adorning the mortuary temple at Medinet Habu offered invaluable contemporary documentation of historical events. These occurrences had, until then, been confined to mere fragmentary allusions within biblical narratives and the often vague, distant recollections preserved in the writings of classical authors, lacking direct, contemporaneous corroboration. Pioneering Egyptologists of that era, notable figures such as Gaston Maspero and Heinrich Brugsch, meticulously engaged with the extant records pertaining to the Sea Peoples, employing the established methodological apparatus of 19th-century historical scholarship. Their primary academic focus revolved around the exhaustive philological analysis of the ancient Egyptian texts and concerted efforts to precisely identify these archaic appellations with historically documented populations. The seminal contributions of their research successfully laid the foundational framework for subsequent Sea Peoples scholarship. This involved the systematic cataloging of the diverse group names recurrently cited in Egyptian primary sources, a meticulous analysis of the chronological progression of recorded encounters, and the formulation of preliminary hypotheses concerning their geographical provenance, often predicated upon discernible linguistic affinities with later Mediterranean inhabitants. The crucial archaeological facet of Sea Peoples investigations progressively solidified as extensive excavations conducted throughout the eastern Mediterranean region commenced unearthing tangible material evidence which could be directly correlated with the large-scale population migrations detailed within the ancient Egyptian texts. It was William Matthew Flinders Petrie's pioneering excavations in Palestine during the 1890s that first successfully identified distinctive pottery assemblages, displaying unmistakable connections to established Aegean ceramic traditions. This discovery furnished concrete material confirmation that substantial population shifts originating from the Aegean area had, in fact, transpired during the tumultuous Late Bronze Age collapse period. These foundational archaeological breakthroughs definitively established the rigorous analysis of pottery as an indispensable and critical methodological instrument for meticulously tracing the movements and subsequent settlements of the Sea Peoples across the ancient landscape. The advent and subsequent refinement of stratigraphic excavation techniques throughout the early 20th century fundamentally revolutionized the study of the Sea Peoples, primarily by furnishing exceptionally precise chronological frameworks. These frameworks were instrumental in accurately correlating the unearthed archaeological evidence with existing historical sources. Extensive excavations undertaken at pivotal sites such as Tel Hessi and Gaza brought to light distinct destruction layers, which could be reliably dated to the specific era of the Sea Peoples' incursions. Concurrently, the associated pottery assemblages discovered within these layers provided compelling material evidence for the profound cultural transformations that invariably accompanied these significant population movements. This seamless integration of both archaeological and textual evidence fostered the creation of considerably more sophisticated analytical frameworks, allowing scholars to transcend mere name identifications and delve into the examination of broader, more intricate patterns of cultural metamorphosis and adaptation. The interwar period, in particular, witnessed notable advancements in Sea Peoples research, characterized by ambitious, large-scale excavations at strategically important locations and the methodical development of comprehensive ceramic typologies, which proved invaluable in tracing intricate cultural connections across immense geographical expanses. The extensive American archaeological expeditions at Megiddo, initially under the direction of Clarence Fisher and subsequently overseen by Gordon Loud, systematically unearthed substantial remnants indicative of widespread Late Bronze Age destruction, juxtaposed with subsequent Iron Age rebuilding efforts. This rich stratigraphic record offered exceptionally detailed evidence illuminating the critical transitional period during which the settlements associated with the Sea Peoples were actively being established. In a parallel vein, the British excavations at Tel Ed-Duer, Lachish, similarly brought forth compelling evidence of significant destruction events, which could be directly correlated with the Egyptian historical accounts detailing their military campaigns waged across the Levant. During this formative period, the discipline of ceramic analysis achieved unprecedented levels of sophistication, with eminent scholars such as William Foxwell Albright meticulously developing intricate typological sequences. These detailed sequences enabled the precise tracing of the evolutionary trajectory of pottery styles, from their late Bronze Age Mycenaean prototypes, through their distinct transformation within Philistine and other Sea Peoples' cultural contexts. Collectively, these meticulous ceramic studies furnished crucial and irrefutable evidence for a discernible cultural continuity, linking Aegean populations with their counterparts in the eastern Mediterranean settlements, thereby establishing robust material foundations for theories concerning the origins of the Sea Peoples that extended far beyond mere linguistic speculation, now encompassing tangible and verifiable archaeological evidence. The transformative period following World War II ushered in truly revolutionary alterations to the landscape of Sea Peoples research, primarily through the innovative application of rigorous scientific dating methodologies, the implementation of systematic regional surveys, and the adoption of expansive interdisciplinary approaches that seamlessly integrated invaluable insights drawn from diverse fields such as climatology, anthropology, and various other specialized disciplines. Radiocarbon dating, a particularly significant innovation, empowered researchers to construct exceptionally precise chronological frameworks, capable of accurately correlating destruction events across disparate archaeological sites and geographical regions. This breakthrough unequivocally revealed the synchronous nature of the widespread Late Bronze Age collapse, furnishing a level of temporal precision that had hitherto been utterly unattainable. Kathleen Kenyon's exemplary excavations at Jericho throughout the 1950s served as a quintessential illustration of the exacting new methodological rigor that became the hallmark of post-war archaeology. Her meticulous stratigraphic recording techniques and comprehensive artifact analysis yielded extraordinarily detailed evidence regarding the intricate cultural transitions that characterized the Sea Peoples period. Kenyon's pioneering work demonstrably illustrated how painstakingly careful excavation could unveil complex, interwoven sequences of destruction, subsequent abandonment, and eventual resettlement, vividly reflecting the profoundly turbulent conditions prevalent during the Late Bronze Age collapse, while simultaneously providing unequivocal evidence for the material culture changes that invariably accompanied the establishment of new population settlements. The monumental discovery and subsequent painstaking excavation of the Uluburun shipwreck during the 1980s offered truly unprecedented and profound insights into the intricate Late Bronze Age maritime trade networks, along with the extensive international connections that distinctly characterized the interconnected Mediterranean world prior to the significant disruptions attributed to the Sea Peoples. The remarkably rich and diverse cargo recovered from the wreck, meticulously dated to approximately 1300 BC, encompassed an astonishing array of materials originating from virtually every corner of the then-known world. This exceptional find unequivocally demonstrated the immense complexity and vast geographical extent of the sophisticated commercial relationships that were destined to be severely fragmented and ultimately shattered by the impending collapse events. This invaluable archaeological evidence thus provided crucial contextual understanding, not only for grasping the sheer scale of the disruption and upheaval precipitated by the activities of the Sea Peoples, but also for appreciating the robust economic foundations and sophisticated infrastructure that underpinned their formidable maritime capabilities. Modern scholarship concerning the Sea Peoples now navigates a complex intellectual landscape, encompassing a multiplicity of competing theoretical frameworks, each endeavoring to elucidate the enigmatic origins, underlying motivations, and profound historical significance of these widespread population movements. Among these, the single migration theory, prominently championed by distinguished scholars such as Trude Dothan and her colleagues, posits that the Sea Peoples represent a series of highly coordinated population shifts originating from the Aegean region, occurring in the tumultuous aftermath of the collapse of Mycenaean Civilization. This particular interpretation places significant emphasis on the palpable cultural continuities readily discernible in various material culture aspects, including pottery forms, architectural styles, and distinct burial practices, observed consistently between Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean contexts. It fundamentally suggests an organized migratory impetus by cohesive cultural groups actively seeking new territories and opportunities subsequent to the catastrophic loss of their ancestral homelands. Supporting this single migration hypothesis, archaeological evidence notably includes the highly distinctive ceramic assemblages unearthed at prominent Philistine sites. These assemblages unequivocally display a clear derivation from established Mycenaean IC pottery traditions, all the while exhibiting a remarkable technological and stylistic consistency across numerous different settlement areas. Furthermore, the architectural vestiges recovered from sites like Ekron and Ashkelon reveal sophisticated building techniques that unequivocally demonstrate an ingrained knowledge of Aegean construction methods, albeit expertly adapted to the specific environmental and material conditions of the Levantine landscape. This strongly indicates the presence of communities that not only successfully retained significant cultural knowledge from their pre-migration homelands, but also adeptly adjusted and innovated in response to their new environmental circumstances. The compelling multiple waves theory, championed by distinguished academics such as Itamar Singer and his contemporaries, posits that the enigmatic activities attributed to the Sea Peoples were not a singular, orchestrated mass exodus, but rather a succession of distinct demographic shifts unfolding across several generations. This particular interpretation meticulously highlights the temporal diffusion of the Sea Peoples' various confrontations with formidable Egyptian armies, the remarkable heterogeneity of material culture, traditions unearthed in disparate settlement environments, and the discernible variations in the political and military structures exhibited by the diverse factions involved. The multiple waves framework persuasively suggests that pervasive economic turmoil, widespread political instability, and mounting environmental exigencies collectively forged circumstances conducive to recurrent episodes of population dislocation and aggressive maritime incursions over protracted historical intervals. Tangible evidence bolstering these multiple waves. Hypotheses encompasses the chronological charting of Sea Peoples' engagements meticulously recorded in ancient Egyptian chronicles, which demonstrably span several decades and feature shifting amalgamations of distinct groups in consecutive military confrontations. Furthermore, archaeological excavations at numerous settlement locations consistently yield cultural assemblages that betray discernible influences originating from a multiplicity of source regions and distinct phases of cultural evolution, thereby strongly implying intricate migration trajectories rather than a solitary, synchronized movement. The profound variability in settlement strategies and the nuanced patterns of cultural adaptation observable across different archaeological sites lend substantial credence to interpretations, underscoring the inherently heterogeneous nature of the Sea People's migrations, rather than envisioning them as monolithic, unified migratory occurrences. The significance of climate change theories has burgeoned considerably within the realm of Sea People's scholarship, largely propelled by the increasing sophistication and comprehensive nature of paleoclimatic data. Leading scholars, such as Brian Fagan, among others, contend that a pronounced environmental deterioration spanning the latter half of the 13th century BC forged a crucible of conditions that compelled widespread population displacements and fundamentally contributed to the systemic unraveling of entrenched political infrastructures across the entire eastern Mediterranean basin. This particular theoretical orientation places considerable emphasis on the profound impact of persistent drought, significant temperature oscillations, and widespread agricultural upheaval in engendering the severe economic and social imperatives that ultimately propelled the varied activities of the Sea Peoples. Supporting paleoclimatic evidence for these environmental hypotheses is substantial, notably including dendrochronological data derived from ancient Anatolian archaeological sites, which unequivocally expose prolonged and severe drought conditions precisely during the late 13th century BC, a period that remarkably aligns with the established chronological framework for the Sea People's movements. Furthermore, palynological investigations of lake sediments collected from various locations in the eastern Mediterranean clearly demonstrate vegetation shifts consistent with markedly reduced precipitation and escalating aridity, while meticulous isotopic analysis performed on both marine and terrestrial geological deposits furnishes corroborating evidence for a broad climatic degradation during this pivotal era. Cumulatively, these potent environmental indicators strongly imply that extensive agricultural disruption and critical resource scarcity created an inescapable nexus of circumstances that not only instigated forced population migrations, but also critically exacerbated political instability throughout the entire region. The influential systems collapse models, meticulously elaborated by distinguished scholars such as Robert Drews and Eric Klein, compellingly assert that the various activities attributed to the Sea Peoples functioned primarily as overt symptoms rather than the fundamental causes of a more expansive and profound systemic disintegration that afflicted the entirety of late Bronze Age civilization. This sophisticated theoretical framework places paramount emphasis on the intricate and interdependent character of Bronze Age political, economic, and social systems, positing that any significant disruption within a single constituent component possessed the inherent capacity to initiate widespread, cascading failures throughout the entire elaborate network. Consequently, systems collapse theory proposes that the movements of the Sea Peoples were simultaneously a direct consequence of, and a significant contributing factor to, the severe erosion of long-established international relationships, vital trade networks, and foundational political institutions. Robust archaeological evidence lending credence to these systems' collapse models encompasses the remarkably synchronous and widespread destruction of numerous major urban centers spanning diverse geographical regions, the demonstrable fragmentation of previously standardized pottery production and elaborate distribution systems, and the precipitous collapse of specialized craft production, which had been a defining hallmark of late Bronze Age economies. Furthermore, the severe disruption of the critical copper and tin trade networks that were indispensable for supplying bronze production across the entire Mediterranean basin vividly exemplifies the profoundly interconnected nature of late Bronze Age systems, while the strikingly rapid proliferation of iron technology strongly suggests the emergence of pragmatic adaptive responses to the widespread breakdown of previously established resource supply networks. The application of DNA analysis has rapidly ascended to become an exceptionally potent instrument for meticulously probing the vexing questions surrounding the Sea People's elusive origins and their subsequent settlement patterns. Notwithstanding the caveat that the initial findings often remain preliminary and at times present seemingly contradictory insights. Comprehensive genetic studies undertaken on ancient human remains exhumed from significant Philistine cemetery sites, particularly at Ashkelon, have successfully identified discernible European ancestry components. These findings lend considerable weight to existing theories positing Aegean origins for some groups, while concurrently unveiling intricate and complex patterns of population intermingling that demonstrably transpired during the protracted settlement phase. Such groundbreaking genetic investigations thus introduce novel categories of empirical evidence, crucial for rigorously evaluating the various competing theories concerning the Sea People's migratory movements, even as inherent technical limitations and practical sampling constraints persistently circumscribe their ultimate interpretive scope and value. Complementing these genetic advancements, sophisticated and advanced dating methodologies, encompassing both high-precision radiocarbon analysis and nuanced Bayesian statistical modeling, have collectively facilitated the establishment of far more granular and precise chronological frameworks. These frameworks are invaluable for accurately correlating the diverse activities attributed to the Sea Peoples across disparate geographical regions. These cutting-edge techniques have not only starkly illuminated the remarkably rapid pace of late Bronze Age collapse events, but have also furnished exceptionally detailed temporal sequences delineating the processes of destruction and subsequent resettlement. This enhanced chronological precision, in turn, empowers researchers to achieve a more robust correlation between archaeological evidence and extant historical sources, thereby either reinforcing or critically challenging various theoretical interpretations pertaining to the multifaceted phenomena of the Sea Peoples. The meticulous application of isotopic analysis to both human and animal skeletal remains recovered from archaeological contexts associated with the Sea Peoples is now yielding a wealth of novel evidence pertaining to intricate migration patterns and the multifaceted processes of settlement. Specifically, strontium isotope analysis, expertly conducted on tooth enamel, possesses the remarkable capability to pinpoint individuals who spent their formative years in distinct geographical locales. This technique thus furnishes compelling direct evidence for population movements, serving as an invaluable complement to insights gleaned from traditional pottery typologies and architectural styles. Furthermore, oxygen isotope analysis offers supplementary and crucial information regarding geographical provenance and broader migratory trajectories, while the precise carbon and nitrogen isotope analysis performed on bone collagen effectively unravels detailed dietary information, which in turn can eloquently illuminate specific cultural practices and ingenious economic adaptations characteristic of these ancient communities. The burgeoning field of underwater archaeology has, with remarkable success, furnished a trove of substantial new evidence shedding light on the multifaceted activities of the Sea Peoples. This invaluable contribution stems directly from the systematic excavation of ancient shipwrecks and the uncovering of intricate harbor installations, both of which offer unequivocal direct insights into their formidable maritime capabilities and extensive commercial endeavors. Recent groundbreaking discoveries of numerous Bronze Age shipwrecks scattered across the eastern Mediterranean basin have proven particularly illuminating, meticulously revealing advanced vessel construction techniques, diverse cargo compositions, and sophisticated navigation equipment. These findings collectively cast a brilliant light upon the foundational technological prowess that underpinned the Sea People's impressive maritime operations. Concurrently, comprehensive harbor excavations undertaken at pivotal coastal centers, notably at sites such as Dor and other strategically important locations, have brought to light well-preserved port facilities and their associated rich material culture. These unearthed artifacts and structures compellingly demonstrate the vibrant commercial activities that were integral to sustaining and supporting the flourishing communities of the Sea Peoples. Despite many decades of intensive scholarly investigation and dedicated inquiry, a host of persistently unresolved questions concerning the enigmatic origins of the Sea Peoples continue to fuel robust academic debate. The exact geographical provenance of the various distinct groups comprising the Sea Peoples remains shrouded in uncertainty, with a multitude of competing theories positing diverse regions such as the Aegean, Anatolia, the Western Mediterranean, or even suggesting multiple distinct source regions for different constituent populations. While tantalizing linguistic evidence offers intriguing hints regarding potential connections to historically documented peoples, the inherent limitations imposed by Egyptian hieroglyphic transcription practices, and crucially, the complete absence of any self-authored texts from the Sea Peoples themselves, regrettably preclude definitive identification. Similarly, the underlying motivations that propelled the Sea Peoples' widespread activities continue to be vigorously disputed, with various theoretical frameworks emphasizing factors like calculated economic opportunism, severe environmental pressures, forced political displacement, or indeed, complex combinations of these multiple contributing elements. Furthermore, the precise nature of the relationship between the different Sea Peoples groups and the extent of coordination inherent in their diverse activities persistently generates a spectrum of competing interpretations, each grounded in divergent readings of the available archaeological and textual evidence. The intricate interplay between individual agency and collective decision-making within the broader context of the Sea Peoples movements represents yet another critical domain where the existing evidence remains inherently ambiguous and thus amenable to a variety of theoretical constructions. Finally, the ultimate destiny and long-term trajectory of the Sea Peoples' populations, subsequent to their initial periods of settlement, invariably provoke profound inquiries into assimilation processes, the enduring persistence of their unique cultural traits, and their overarching long-term demographic impacts on the region. While the archaeological record unequivocally demonstrates that Philistine communities, in particular, exhibited compelling evidence of highly successful adaptation and robust cultural development following their settlement, the historical trajectories and ultimate fates of many other groups identified as Sea Peoples regrettably remain significantly less thoroughly documented. Nevertheless, a meticulous examination of the available archaeological data strongly intimates a diverse spectrum of outcomes for these varied populations. These range from instances of remarkably successful and seamless integration into existing local populations, to more protracted processes of gradual cultural assimilation that, over the course of successive generations, effectively eroded and ultimately eliminated the distinctive characteristics originally associated with the Sea Peoples. Looking ahead, the trajectory of future research endeavors within the field of Sea People studies is poised to increasingly underscore profoundly interdisciplinary approaches. These will meticulously integrate time-honored traditional archaeological and textual analysis with cutting-edge scientific techniques and insightful comparative studies drawn from a rich tapestry of other historical contexts. Specifically, the expanded and more sophisticated application of DNA analysis to ancient human remains unearthed from a multitude of sites and spanning diverse chronological periods, holds the considerable promise of furnishing substantially clearer evidence regarding intricate population movements and the precise genetic relationships interlinking various ancient communities. Concurrently, a marked improvement in paleoclimatic reconstruction methodologies could significantly elucidate the precise role played by environmental factors in both instigating the Sea People's activities and contributing to the monumental Late Bronze Age collapse. Ongoing regional survey projects and rigorously systematic excavation programs at pivotal archaeological sites will undoubtedly continue to yield a stream of novel archaeological evidence, thereby progressively refining our comprehension of the Sea People's complex settlement patterns and their subsequent cultural development. Furthermore, the strategic deployment of advanced remote sensing technologies and sophisticated geographic information systems, GIS, will facilitate a far more comprehensive and nuanced analysis of settlement distributions and their intricate environmental relationships, potentially unveiling previously unrecognized or subtle patterns within the Sea People's multifaceted activities. Importantly, a robust comparative analysis with documented population movements and significant cultural transitions from other historical epochs may well furnish invaluable theoretical frameworks, enabling a deeper understanding of the Sea People's phenomena within the broader, overarching patterns of human migration and profound cultural change. Indeed, meticulous studies of medieval migrations, the complex population movements characteristic of colonial periods, and even contemporary refugee situations could offer remarkably pertinent insights into the intricate social processes and ingenious adaptive strategies that characterized the diverse communities of the Sea Peoples during their momentous transition from displacement and upheaval to eventual settlement. The persistent captivation surrounding the Sea Peoples stems from their singular historical placement, marking a pivotal juncture within the annals of the ancient Mediterranean. Their aggressive campaigns and migratory patterns precisely aligned with the profound disintegration of the sophisticated Bronze Age civilization, paving the way for the nascent Iron Age, characterized by distinct political structures and cultural paradigms that would profoundly influence the global landscape for succeeding epochs. Delving into the multifaceted phenomenon of the Sea Peoples offers invaluable perspectives on the intricate mechanisms of societal metamorphosis, extensive demographic shifts, and fundamental governmental upheavals, dynamics that retain their pertinence for deciphering grander trajectories of human progress. The enigma shrouding their genesis and the profound, often cataclysmic repercussions they wrought upon long-standing, well-established civilizations persistently enthrall both academic scholars and the general public, thereby guaranteeing that the study of the Sea Peoples will persist as a dynamic and continuously evolving domain of historical inquiry. Ultimately, the Sea Peoples stand as a preeminent historical illustration of how groups of uprooted or migratory peoples can transition from being perceived as catalysts of devastation to becoming the very architects of novel societal structures. Their remarkable odyssey, commencing as enigmatic sea-born marauders who disrupted established order and culminating in the establishment of stable, organized urban centers, powerfully underscores the extraordinary capacity for human adaptation and the inherent fortitude of cultural endurance in the face of immense upheaval. This evolution from transient aggressors to sedentary builders eloquently speaks to their ability to forge new identities and create lasting legacies. Despite the persistent academic challenges, where numerous inquiries concerning their exact provenance and underlying impetuses may forever elude conclusive resolution, the indelible imprint they left upon the archaeological record, coupled with their undeniable impact on the subsequent trajectory of Mediterranean civilization, furnishes an enduring testament to their profound historical significance. The material culture unearthed and the shifts observed in regional power dynamics unequivocally affirm their pivotal role, even as their initial impetus remains shrouded in interpretive debate. The comprehensive phenomenon of the Sea Peoples serves as a potent reminder that eras characterized by ostensible disorder and widespread devastation frequently harbor the latent potential for profound cultural innovation and societal rejuvenation. This transformative process unfolds as uprooted communities skillfully modify their ancestral customs and established practices to align with novel environmental and geopolitical realities, thereby giving rise to unique and identifiable forms of civilization. These emergent societies, forged from adversity, ultimately contribute substantially to the multifaceted tapestry of human experience, adding layers of diversity and ingenuity that transcend their initial disruptive roles. The concept of experience, often acquired through direct participation or astute observation, represents a profound and cumulative repository of knowledge and practical understanding. It encompasses the intricate tapestry of events, encounters, and sensations that an individual or entity undergoes throughout their existence, fundamentally shaping their perceptions and refining their capabilities. This invaluable accumulation of lived moments and learned lessons profoundly alters one's perspective, fostering a deeper comprehension of the world and its inherent complexities. Through various engagements, ranging from mundane daily routines to extraordinary circumstances, experience invariably cultivates proficiency, hones discernment, and instills a sagacity that theoretical knowledge alone cannot provide. It stands as the essential crucible in which skills are meticulously forged, profound insights are gained, and wisdom gradually takes root, ultimately acting as a transformative force that guides future actions and informs decision-making processes with an unparalleled depth of practical understanding.